Welcome back to the Age of Cathedrals. Last time, we left Peter Abelard with the idea of individualism, a concern with body and bodily appetites, a philosophy of God and of godlessness, a great relativism of perspective, and a means of negotiating social relations, which is highly verbal. I made use of my tongue instead of working with my hands, says Abelard, in a phrase which characterized one of the important aspects of social life in and around the cathedrals of the 12th and 13th centuries. These realist and urban values, which we glimpsed to some extent in Abelard's autobiography, The Story of My Misfortunes, are most fully realized in a series of mostly comic short verse tales written in Old French and known as the fabliaux, or little fables. The fabliaux are filled with the new people of the late 12th and 13th centuries, the artisans and craftsmen, the merchants and haulers of goods, the shopkeepers and bookkeepers, the students and wandering entertainers, the village priests and the monks, the lawyers and doctors, the rich bourgeois and low-life pimps and prostitutes who lived in the towns or came to the towns of North and Northwest France. These are people who survive and even who profit by their use of cleverness and wit, anticipation and quick thinking, cunning and daring, inventiveness and endurance, and above all, right timing in a new social milieu that is that of the city. We read together for today two representative fabliaux which involve priests who, like Abelard, gave in to the lusts of the flesh, but who, unlike Abelard, do not manage to transform their misfortunes into a higher brand of philosophy. We read a fabliau called The Crucified Priest and another called The Peekaboo Priest. The Crucified Priest is the story of a man named Roger, who could have supplied cathedrals with liturgical objects. He manufactures crucifixes and other religious statues for a living. Roger suspects his wife of having an affair with a local priest, so he invents a plan. Roger pretends to leave for work in order to trap them via an unexpected quick return. His wife, carried away by passion, had taken a priest as lover. Her husband told her, as a cover, he had to go to market, so he'd bring a statuette in tow to drop off for a tidy profit. And she agreed promptly enough. It elated her to see him leave, and he was not slow to perceive the joyful look by which he knew she had in mind to be untrue. Once the wife and her priest lover have sat down to dinner, the husband returns, and the priest, not knowing what to do, is advised by the clever wife to go into her husband's workshop, to take off his clothes, and to assume a pose among her husband's holy carvings, which he does. Right willingly, or with misgivings, the priest obeyed her then and there. Without his clothes, completely bare, among the images he stood as if he'd been carved out of wood. The husband, meanwhile, decides that he might as well take it slow. He drinks and has a bite. Then, sharpening a knife, he asks his wife to help him inspect a recent carving in the workroom. No word of protest did she dare, but with her husband made her way directly to his atelier, holding a candle to give light. The master carver soon caught sight of the priest with his arms stretched out, whom he could spot beyond a doubt, seeing his hanging cock and balls. "Lady," he said, "how it appalls me, this indecent crucifix. Such holy objects don't have pricks. I must have had too much to drink. Some light, I'll fix it in a wink." The terrified priest never stirred. The husband, you can take my word, cut off the prelate's genitalia and left him nothing, without failure, to warrant further amputation. Realizing that he had better flee than that the husband should keep on carving, the castrated concupiscent priest begins to run down the street, where he is apprehended by two ruffians who beat him until he pays 15 pounds ransom. This little fablio ends with a moral. This parable has demonstrated, no matter who is implicated, in no case should a clergyman mess with the wife of any man or hang around her. I allege he'll leave his balls there as a pledge, just as the priest, Father Constance, left his 3 hanging ornaments. On the one hand, one might read this concluding moral in terms of Orthodox Christian morality. One should remain faithful to the marriage bed or pay the consequences. But this is really a stretch, and I think there's something else more interesting happening here. And this has to do with the relationship of the sacred to the profane, or of the symbols of the sacred, the symbols which should be sacred, to the debased forms of exchange which triumph in the end. I realize I'm getting a little abstract, so let me be more precise. The castrated priest is not a tale without religious symbolism, which lies, in fact, at its core. I'm thinking of the crucifix, which can only stand as a visual representation of the most sacred Christian mystery. And yet, the crucifix in this particular tale is reduced to the status of an object of exchange, which the husband makes and hopes to sell at market for a profit. Roger is, after all, the opposite of a priest, the one who is supposed to administer the sacraments. A master carver, as we learn at the outset, he is an artist, moreover, who is unionized. He had the skills one needs to make statues and crucifixes. He had joined the guild and artfully carved sculptures in the finest fashion. The religious object in the fablio has no more sacred value. It is not used to inspire those who attend church, those who take Mass and the sacraments. It is a buying and selling crucifix and not a worshiping crucifix. So too, the priest is not a praying priest full of pastoral care, but a worldly, amorous priest full of sexual desire, Father Constance. One who's playing at being Christ ends in another economic exchange. For the husband who pretends to leave a statuette in tow to drop off for a tidy profit ends up bartering with the priest who pretends to be a statue over his own life after he has already removed the bit of excess material that is supposedly the source of sin. Compare for a moment, if you will, this supposedly comic castration with the seriousness we've seen attached to that of Abelard. In the one instance, the castration inflicted by Fulbert's men upon Abelard is the source not only of humiliation, but of deep metaphysical anguish. The castration of Father Constance, however, is the source of humor and of money, for it is clear that Roger, the master carver, member of a guild and clever businessman, has turned even his own cuckoldry to profit in this world in which urban values of wit, persistence, and cleverness win in the end. You read for today The Peekaboo Priest, which is the story of a poor peasant whose wife was courtly, wise, and pleasant, lovely, nor could you fault her birth. He, beyond any man on earth, kept his vow to honor and cherish her, who loved the priest of their parish, to whom she had given her heart. The priest, who likewise felt love's smart. One evening around dinner time, the priest decides to visit his paramour. In front of the peasant couple's door, he knocks and asks, "What's this you're up to, honest folk?" Answering him, the peasant spoke concisely, "Father, eating dinner. We'll share it with you. Come on in here." The clever priest not only refuses the invitation to dine with the peasant and his wife, but looking through the keyhole, he accuses them of engaging in sexual intercourse. "Eating, you call it? Nothing doing. To me, it looks more like you are screwing." When the husband denies the accusation, the priest continues to challenge him. "Come on out here, if you don't mind. while I go take a seat inside and leave it to you to decide if what I've said is false or true." Once inside, the priest locks the door and begins to engage in intercourse with the peasant's all too willing wife. Then, when the peasant himself, looking through the keyhole on the outside, protests, the priest, having turned the tables, takes no notice. The priest goes right on with his meal and says, "So how does it appear? Don't you see I'm just sitting here eating my dinner at this table?" And so the peasant fell for it, thanks largely to his lack of wit. This is, of course, an alternative version of the ways in which medieval priests were supposed to act. But the tale of the peekaboo priest, as the medieval comic tale in general, unlocks the world of the body and the senses before the Protestant Reformation that is also part of the age of cathedrals. This is that other Middle Ages that is visible in many obscene sculptures in Romanesque and Gothic churches, as in these two figures exposing their genitals, one male and one female, on capitals in the church of Saint Radegonde in Poitiers. It's also visible in the doodlings, in the decorative margins of many Gothic manuscripts, as in this image of a nun picking phalluses off a tree in a manuscript of the Romance of the Rose in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. Or this image of a knight shooting a crossbow into the anus of a monk while the monk sermonizes, an admonishing finger in the air. Or this embroidered doodle of a nude man and a woman about to embrace, as William the Conqueror charges the army of King Harold of England in the upper margin of the Bayeux Tapestry. Or less sexual but nonetheless light-hearted, this image of boys, one of whom is well-behaved and the other rude and crude, above the south portal of the west facade of the Cathedral of Chartres, to which we now turn. Welcome back to the Age of Cathedrals. In our last time together, we examined two fabliaux, comic tales which satirize the sexual indiscretions of priests. These are works which emphasize the urban values of the marketplace, cleverness and wit, thinking quickly on one's feet, timing and persistence. And they are obscene, like some of the sculpture to be found on cathedrals, which, as in the case of the rude boy on the archivolt around the tympanum of the south entrance to Chartres, also show traces of humor. Today we shall look more closely at the Cathedral of Chartres. The Cathedral of Notre Dame in Chartres is known for the elaborateness of its sculptural program and both the richness and the depth of color of its stained glass. It is one of the jewels of the region immediately adjacent to the Île-de-France, just far enough from Paris that the revolutionary hammers that damaged so many of the cathedrals in and around the capital did less harm here. As a great high church, Chartres shares many of the features we have seen at Saint-Denis and Notre Dame in Paris. One of the unique features of Chartres is that we possess literature about the building of the great church and the wonders performed there in the form of short pieces from the 13th century by an otherwise unknown author, Jean le Marchand, or John the Merchant, who wrote a series of miracles of Our Lady of Chartres, much like the miracle of Theophilus that we discussed in relation to Notre Dame in Paris. You read several of Jean le Marchand's miracles for this week. Chartres is distinguished first because of its size. As we read in Jean le Marchand's miracle tale about the reconstruction of the cathedral after the fire which destroyed the church in 1194, an envoy from the Pope urged the assembled clergy not only to rebuild, but to build a church bigger and better than ever. The envoy from the Pope admonished them greatly, as a cleric well versed in letters, to willingly and generously offer their goods and their castles toward the construction of a church such as could not be found anywhere else in the world, so that the Virgin, pure and without sin, might be served properly there. When she takes possession of a place, it is good and right and only reasonable that she be provided a rich house. Even Our Lady, modesty notwithstanding, wanted it this way. The holy, glorious Lady, who wanted to have a marvelous, high, long, and wide church, such that its peer could not be found anywhere, asked her sweet Son sweetly to work a miracle openly in her church at Chartres. Chartres is known for the dizzying height of its ribbed ogival vaults. Here we look up at the ceiling over the choir, now at the transept crossing. Notre-Dame in Chartres has a long nave and great balletic arrays of flying buttresses, which appear lighter and lacier than previous renderings of external reinforcement, without losing strength, because of the use of vertically grained spindles, like the great curved railings of which the arch is a banister between the great counterweight of the exterior buttress and the high springing of the nave and choir vaults. Chartres is a place full of mystery, and one of its distinguishing marks in the center of the nave is a great labyrinth which dates from around 1200 and is one of the only two remaining Gothic labyrinths, the other being at the cathedral in Amiens. The circumference of the labyrinth is 12.85 meters, the intricate meandering path within some 261.5 meters. No one knows exactly what the labyrinth of Chartres represents. On one account, it signifies the journey to Jerusalem, placed on the medieval maps at the center of the world, or, symbolically, the journey to the heavenly city, of which the space of the cathedral is supposed to offer a foretaste. According to another interpretation, the labyrinth symbolizes our journey through life, culminating not in death, but in a Christian context, eternal life in paradise. According to a late 17th century account, there once was a copper plaque at the center of the labyrinth which represented the story of Theseus and the Minotaur, with Ariadne beside them with her ball of thread, the plaque having been removed and melted down by enthusiastic revolutionaries in 1792. In classical mythology, Ariadne delivered the Minotaur from the labyrinth by unwinding and rewinding a ball of thread. There may very well also be an architectural or structural significance to the labyrinth, whose center is exactly the same distance from the middle west door of the cathedral as the door is from the center of the west rosed window, making the distance between the center of the labyrinth and the center of the west rose window the hypotenuse of an isosceles triangle. As was the case for Saint-Denis and for Notre-Dame in Paris, Chartres was the site of a pagan shrine, long before the arrival of a Christian community in this principal town of the Carnutes, a Celtic tribe from which the name Chartres derives its origin. In his 1st century BCE account of the Gallic Wars, Caesar mentions Chartres, along with Orléans, as one of the places where Druids gathered both to worship and to render justice. These Druids, at a certain time of the year, meet within the borders of the Carnutes, whose territory is reckoned as the center of all Gaul, and they sit in conclave in a consecrated spot. Thither assembled from every side all that have disputes, and they obey the decisions and judgments of the Druids. It is believed that the rule of life was discovered in Britain and transferred thence to Gaul. In a 17th century account of the history of Chartres, Vincent Sablon is more precise. The Druids were idol worshippers and adored Theotates, Jesus, Belenus, and Taramis. Their religion was very close to superstition, and they were so attached to their own ceremonies that they held all others in low esteem. They celebrated their rites in caves and underground places because they believed that they were descended from the gods of hell. And since Chartres, called Antricum in Latin by Ptolemy because it was full of caves, caverns, grottos, and places hollowed in the rocks, was largely built underground, the Druids made it the center of their cult and consecrated an altar to a virgin who was to give birth, Virgo Paritura. The altar erected by the Druids in honor of the Holy Virgin in the city of Chartres, long before the coming of the Son of God, remained in the same state until the shadows of paganism were dissipated by the light of the gospel. Seeing the fulfillment of their predictions, the Druids left the shadows to follow the truth. Their caves and caverns were converted into oratories, and the Christians assembled in this subterranean spot dedicated to the Virgin and celebrated a divine service there daily. It would not be out of place here to describe the Virgin, which our ancient Druids put up on this altar. She is seated on a throne, holding her son in her arms. She is black or Moorish in color, as are nearly all the images of the Virgin in Chartres. And the Druids are thought to have given her this color because she came from a country more exposed to the sun than ours. Here we should keep in mind 4 things. First of all, Chartres was a pagan shrine which morphs into a Christian holy spot, as in Saint-Denis and Notre-Dame in Paris. Second, we should bear in mind a pagan cult of the Virgin morphed into a shrine of Our Lady of Chartres. And third, we should bear in mind the relation between justice and a sacred site, something we saw in the early history of Saint-Denis with its fair, Landit, based at the spot of rendering judgment. Finally, we should keep in mind the struggle between rival cathedrals for dominance of a wider social and political sphere, between Saint-Denis, Notre-Dame in Paris, and Notre-Dame in Chartres. There were several earlier cathedrals at Chartres before the first reference to the destruction of a church in 743 of the Christian era, when Hunald, Duke of Aquitaine, having quarreled with the Frankish King Charles, Martel's sons, sacked Chartres. Pepin the Short, Charlemagne's father, mentions a gift to the church of Sainte Mary at Chartres. Indeed, Chartres has always considered itself the chief sanctuary of the Virgin in Western Europe. In 858, the city was pillaged and the cathedral burnt by Vikings. It was not so long after that Charlemagne's grandson, Charles the Bald, presented to Chartres the holy tunic, which Mary wore at the time she gave birth to Christ. Originally sent to Charlemagne as a gift from the Empress Irene of Byzantium in 876, the holy tunic was one of the most sacred relics of all of Christendom. We will speak more of the Holy Tunic later when we study the Charlemagne window on the northeast side of the choir of Chartres. Jean le Marchand speaks of Chartres' most prized relic in the 3rd miracle of Our Lady of Chartres. And we still find written in the book, according to the witnesses of ancient days, which guarantees the truth, that at the time of her delivery the lady wore this saintly garment, the very one, so holy, so saintly, when she gave birth to the true Son of God. Thus, I am here to tell you that the child touched this holy tunic, which you may believe without doubt. The shirt, in my view, touched both mother and child together. Thus, it follows necessarily that this is the most sacred relic that can be found anywhere. and it is proved by miracles. Since it was believed that saints intervened through relics that were either part of their body or have touched their body, it would be hard to imagine a more powerful relic than Mary's tunic. A series of panels in the Miracles of Our Lady window depict the procession of the Holy Tunic through the streets of town. Jean le Marchand tells us that the tunic is what makes Chartres great. This was all the glory and the dignity and the honor of our city, he writes, the light and the mirror of Chartres and the environs and of the whole region. Thinking that the holy relic has been lost in the fire of 1194, Jean asks, how can we continue to live after such a disaster? Certainly, if we were wise, we would never live in peace. We have lost the precious vessel, so powerful and glorious, such a noble precious jewel, which by its joyous presence made our city shine and held it in its power. In 911, when Chartres was besieged by Vikings, led by the warrior Roland, Bishop Gantelme ordered the holy relic to be displayed upon the city ramparts. This is the story related in Jean's miracle. A very famous miracle happened in the time of Charles, the king. A tyrant known for his cruelty invaded France. His name was Roland, for which one still cries, Arul! This tyrant led into France a great force, which he assembled out of pagans and Saracens. They destroyed everything on the coast and laid waste France and the country. They killed everyone, put them to the sword, and none could resist him. He didn't want to stop until he got to the royal city of Estampes. When he began his devastation again, he got as far as Chartres, which he attacked on both sides. Unable to resist the Vikings and the siege engines that rained stones and fire upon them from all sides, the Chartrians implored the aid of their protectress, the Holy Virgin. They begged for help from the one who has dominion over Chartres, Jean writes. They took the holy tunic of the Mother of God, which came once upon a time from Constantinople. A great king of France made to Chartres a precious and noble gift of it. Charles the Bald was his name from childhood. The Chartrians took the tunic and placed it on the walls of the city in the place of an insignia or banner. When the enemy saw it, they started to scorn it and to mock and laugh among themselves. They hurled rocks and arrows from Turkish bows and crossbows. But God, who saw their defiance, showed divine vengeance. He blinded them such that they lost their sight and couldn't see a thing, so they could neither retreat nor could they go forward. The power of the tunic causes Roland to flee, to convert to Christianity, and to make a treaty at Epte with King Charles III. This treaty was the beginning of the more or less peaceful Norman settlement in the region of Normandy and the development of state institutions that are sometimes referred to as the Norman miracle. As in Paris, with the growth of the university, the Sorbonne, in the shadow of Notre Dame in Paris, Chartres became a powerful spiritual and intellectual center, which is the subject of our next time together. Welcome back to the Age of Cathedrals. Chartres was known as an intellectual center, and it was the rival of Paris, from the end of the 10th century, when Fulbert came to Chartres from the Cathedral School of Reims. Chartres was the entry point of Platonism in Western Europe, and in particular, the study of Plato's account of the creation of the world, the Timaeus, just as Paris was a center for the study of Aristotelianism and dialectics, as we saw with Abelard. Fulbert was Bishop of Chartres and taught at the Cathedral School from 990 to to his death in 1028. He taught medicine and introduced the astrolabe into medieval Europe. The cathedral that Fulbert built burned in 1134, which was when the cathedral that burned in 1194 was constructed, in part through what was known as the Campaign of Carts, which is the topic of Jean de Marchand's miracle number 17, as well as of a chronicle account by Robert de Torigny, abbot of Mont Saint-Michel. In this same year, primarily at Chartres, men began with their own shoulders to drag the wagons loaded with stone, wood, grain, and other material to the workshop of the church, whose towers were then rising. Anyone who's not witnessed this will not see the like in our time, not only there, but also in nearly the whole of France and Normandy, and in many other places. One saw everywhere humility and afflictio, afflictio being the reading of penitential psalms while people lay prostrate on the ground. Everywhere we see penance and the forgiveness of offenses, everywhere mourning and contrition. One might observe women as well as men dragging wagons through deep swamps on their knees, beating themselves with whips, numerous wonders occurring everywhere, canticles and hymns being offered to God. King Philip Auguste visited Chartres in 1210 and provided funds for the North Portal. Philip's son, Louis VIII, and his son, Louis IX, Saint Louis, both contributed to the building of Chartres, as did Saint Louis's mother, Blanche of Castile, who donated the north rose window and the lancets. The money to build Chartres also came from the townspeople, who benefited financially from such an immense construction site and who worshipped there. Local merchants donated 43 stained glass windows. Their signatures appear in more than 100 scenes depicting the everyday economic activity of the city. In the lower quadrants of the windows on all sides of the cathedral, we see the trades of a bustling urban economy, men who devoted part of their profits, as we saw in Jean de Marchand's miracle of the rebuilding of the cathedral, to carvings and windows. And this beginning with the cathedral builders themselves. Here we see the master builder with his measuring rod, seeming to direct two men working at a table, one with a rolled-up scroll, and the other handling a compass, with a sheet of paper drooping over the edge of the table, which shows the clear plan of a cathedral choir. And here we see a window showing the building masons laying courses of stone, while another window displays the sculpting masons, here carving out an actual statue that will be placed on the south portal, And on the left, they rough out the inchoate stone, while on the right, they work out the details of the sculpture. Along with the masons, a carpenter at the bottom of the Noah window can be seen sharpening his axe blades, while his colleague builds a barrel. In the center quadrifoil, carpenters shape planks with an adze, while a saw hangs on the wall, and in the far left losange, carpenters can be seen fitting the beams of the forest or the roof structure of a cathedral, which is clearly placed above the masonry with its windows. As for the urban trades, we encounter the butchers, who contributed somewhat mysteriously to the miracles window. Here we see bakers, on the left making dough, and on the right kneading it and hanging it to dry. In the middle, they exchange baked loaves of bread and rolls for money. Here we see armorers working in the right image, fashioning a sword on an anvil, and on the left fitting a shield. And here shoemakers work in the right corner on cutting leather, in the middle on making shoes on a last, and in the left corner on selling shoes to a seated customer. Here is a scene of money changers weighing gold on a scale. Here, a furrier showing his pelts to an interested customer, while his assistant, possibly an apprentice, stacks their wares on a table. Similarly, a clothier shows his wares to a customer at the bottom of the Charlemagne window. And here, a water seller gathers water from a stream in the middle triangular image and distributes it on the quadrants on either side. Most of Chartres Cathedral was finished by 1223, though the north transept was still unfinished in 1230. Because of this relatively short span of time, Chartres is more unified aesthetically than many other cathedrals, which developed over periods of hundreds of years. The original plan for Chartres called for 9 steeples, a project which was abandoned in the 1260s. Chartres is interesting for us because of all the cathedrals we have studied thus far. It was the least damaged in the Revolution, though the famous statue of the Black Virgin, of which we spoke last time, Our Lady of the Crypt, was burned in front of the royal portal on December 20th, 1793, when Chartres Cathedral was rededicated as a temple of reason. Let's begin our look at the outside of Chartres with the sculpture of the west facade or the royal portal, which dates from the mid-12th century and was originally part of Fulbert's Cathedral, which survived the fire of 1194. The iconography of the entryways represents the fundamentals of a Christological drama. The right-hand lintels and tympanum depict the incarnation of Christ in a number of scenes. From the left to the right of the lower lintel, we see the Annunciation, in which the angel of Gabriel comes to Mary. We see the visitation between Mary and Elizabeth, and the Nativity and Annunciation to the shepherds by an angel. The upper lintel shows the presentation of Christ in the temple. At the top, in the tympanum, Mary and child appear among the censuring angels. Thus we see 3 levels of Virgin and child moving from earth to heaven. As we have said, Chartres was not only a center for the study of theology, it was a center for secular learning as well. The 7 liberal arts, a carryover from the world of late antiquity, are emphasized in the archivolts around the tympanum, along with the signs of the zodiac that we have encountered at both Saint-Denis and Notre Dame in Paris. The 7 branches of secular learning are represented there, along with the best-known practitioners of the arts, all part of the humanism, the return to classical sources of the age of cathedrals. The sequence of liberal arts, grammar, logic, and rhetoric for the language arts, and arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy for the quantitative arts, conforms roughly to a circle. We see 6 arts and their masters in the outer archivolt: music and her representative on the inner archivolt on the right. Grammar teaches two boys who are very different, one who is shown semi-nude, the other in a monk's cowl, a contrast in moral values like the virtues and vices in Notre Dame, or the wise and foolish virgins at Saint-Denis and Notre Dame in Paris, which are also depicted on the archivolts of the left portal of Chartres' north transept. The nude boy is also rude and pulls the hair of his classmate. To the left of Lady Grammar we see music, also dressed as a woman, tapping a bell and holding on her lap a viol, or early violin, along with an Irish harp. Here we see the figure of astronomy, looking and pointing upwards. Some of the figures on the archivolts represent authorities of the past, known for their preeminence in the 12th century. Thus we see possibly Priscian or Donatus, a 1st and 4th century grammarian respectively for grammar, Aristotle for dialectics or logic, the allegorical figure of dialectics holding a basilic or stinging serpent in one hand and the torch of truth in the other. Finally, we see on the left the figure of Lady Rhetoric, along with the figure some have identified as Cicero, the most famous rhetorician of the classical world. Along with these, we see Euclid for geometry, Boethius for arithmetic, Ptolemy for astronomy. Note the instruments of writing. The rack of stylus is on the wall, and the wax tablets on the laps of the writers. Moving to the northern portal of the west facade of Chartres, we witness in the tympanum the ascension of Christ, received by a cloud which demarcates the limit between heaven and earth. In the upper lintel, 4 angels predict Christ's return to the apostles in the lower lintel, though there has been some suggestion lately that the tympanum and lintels of the north portal of the west facade of Chartres depict not the ascension of Christ, but the creation of the world. If we stick with the ascension interpretation, however, we find it reinforced by Jacques of Voragines' account of the ascension of Christ in the Golden Legend. The ascension of our Lord Jesus Christ was the 40th day after his resurrection. Then this leap or springing was great that Jesus Christ made from the earth to heaven. Of this leap and diverse other leaps of Jesus Christ, St. Ambrose saith, Jesus Christ came into this world to make a leap. He was with God the Father. He came into the Virgin Mary, and from the Virgin Mary into the crib or rack. He descended into Flam Jordan. He ascended upon the cross. He descended into his tomb. From the tomb he arose, and after he ascended up into heaven, and sitteth on the right hand of the Father. As to the 4th point, it is with whom he ascended. He ascended with the great prey of men and great multitude of angels. The ascension of Christ on the northern portal of the west facade of Chartres is framed by signs of the zodiac: Cancer, Scorpio, Leo, Sagittarius, and the occupations of the months: winemaking, the killing of the pig, and winter feasting for the month of December. Thus, while the archivolts surrounding the right tympanum give learning in the liberal arts their due, the left offers menial work or everyday tasks. The central portal of Chartres' west facade displays the apostles on the lintel, joined, it's been suggested, by the Old Testament precursors, Enoch and Elijah. The tympanum shows Christ's second coming at the end of days, surrounded by the figures of the evangelists, the tetramorph, John the eagle, Mark the lion, Luke the ox, Matthew the man. The tetramorph, which we encountered at the center of the south rose window of Notre Dame in Paris, originated in the Old Testament book of the prophet Ezekiel, who, while in exile in Babylonia around 550 before the Christian era, used the symbolism of Babylonian astrology to describe his vision in which the likeness of 4 living creatures came out of the midst of the fire. Thus, as for the likeness of their faces, he writes, they 4 had the face of a man and the face of a lion on the right side, and they 4 had the face of an ox on the left side. They 4 also had the face of an eagle. That's Ezekiel 1:10. Ezekiel's vision was reappropriated in the Apocalypse of St. John, who alludes to Ezekiel's vision thus in Revelation 4:7. And the first beast was like a lion, and the second beast like a calf, and the third beast had the face of a man, and the fourth beast was like a flying eagle. The tetramorph was not only a common motif in medieval sculpture and stained glass, but also a common feature in medieval manuscript illumination. One of the astonishingly beautiful aspects of Chartres' west façade are the capital friezes, which tie the 3 portals together with bands of intricate sculpture, thus adding a historical note to the drama of the Incarnation. Here we see the Ascension and Second Coming, moving not from left to right, but spreading from the center of the margins. There are scenes from the early life of Christ leading to the tympanum of the Ascension, and scenes from Christ's public activity which lead to the Incarnation. The west façade of Chartres is also known for the jamb statues of the type we have encountered at Notre Dame, and that first appeared at Saint-Denis. It is hard to identify with precision just who is represented by each figure, which the art historians who have studied the question seem content to leave simply at Old Testament prophets, priests, kings, heroes, and heroines, since, as you may observe, some of the jamb figures of the royal portal are women. It has been suggested that the sculptors may have attempted to tie the kings of France to Old Testament history as part of the rivalry between the Plantagenet dynasty of England and Anglo-Normandy after the Norman conquest of England in 1066 and the Angevin dynasty of France. The Plantagenets saw themselves as linked to Aeneas and the founding of Britain by Aeneas's descendant, that is, Brutus. This allowed the Plantagenets to trace their origins back to the Trojans, with Britain as the new Troy. The Angevines, however, trace their origins all the way back to the Old Testament, and in an age in which longevity met legitimacy, they held superior claims to rule. At his coronation in 1108, Louis VI, under the tutelage of Abbot Suger, was praised for having been strengthened by the faith of Abraham, the clemency of Moses, the force of Joshua, the humility of David, and the wisdom of Solomon. We move from the west façade, which is always crucial because it is the main public entry to the cathedral, to the northern and southern portals, which again exhibit a tripartite porch structure. The central port of the northern transept shows, as in the northern portal of the west façade of Notre Dame in Paris and the tympanum of the Red Door, the coronation of the Virgin. The death and Assumption of the Virgin we find in the lintels, angels, prophets, and the tree of Jesse and the archivolts, with solemn jamb figures from the Old and New Testaments, with the figure of St. Anne holding the infant Jesus in the trumeau, the post between the doors. This northern portal was started around 1204, when the cathedral received the gift, supposedly, of the head of St. Anne, Mary's mother, taken from Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade. The message here is that the Virgin is a link between the Old Testament and the New. She is the Queen of Heaven. The jamb figures, presented in their chronological sequence from left to right, are unequivocal prefigurations of Christ as priest. Melchizedek, on the far left, is shown as an Old Testament priest with a censer and chalice, and is juxtaposed with St. Peter on the far right, who is presented as the successor of Christ and the high priest of the New Testament. Abraham in his sacrifice of Isaac, anticipates the sacrifice of Christ, while opposite, John the Baptist points to the Lamb of God. Again, on the left, Moses holds the tablets of the old law, while Simeon, who foretold Christ's sacrifice, holds the Christ child, the maker of the new law, on the right. The central arch of the south portal is dedicated to the Last Judgment, with Christ in majesty in the tympanum between the Virgin and St. John, and with angels holding the instruments of his passion, as we saw in the central portal of the west facade of Notre Dame in Paris. Below, in the lintel, are the blessed and the damned, overflowing into the lowest two orders of the archivolts and separated by the Archangel Michael, who weighs souls in scales, again as in Notre Dame in Paris. Christ on the trumeau is flanked by 12 apostles on the jambs, holding the instruments of their martyrdom and trampling on their oppressors. In our next time together, we shall enter Chartres Cathedral to look at some of the stunning stained glass found there. Welcome back to the Age of Cathedrals. In our last time together, we discussed the all-important west facade of Our Lady of Chartres. As we now enter this magnificent and most sacred home of the Virgin Mary in Western Europe, we are struck by the extraordinary blue-hued windows for which the cathedral is known. The stained glass at Chartres impresses us with the depth of its color. The glass here is thicker than elsewhere, almost 3 times as thick as the glass in the windows of the Sainte-Chapelle in Paris, to which we will next travel. But the glass is also more densely saturated with color, the lapis lazuli, which may have come to France along the Silk Road from as far away as Afghanistan. The Christological drama of the Incarnation, Passion, and Last Judgment, which we visited last time on the 3 portals of the west facade of Chartres, are continued on the inside, along the inner wall of the west facade. Here we find some of the same motifs we've seen elsewhere. That is, the tree of Jesse that we saw at Saint-Denis, in a high window depicting the genealogy of Christ, and also linking the Old and New Testaments through the figure of the dreaming Jesse, which culminates with the Virgin and Jesus at the top. The 4 crowned figures we see in the Chartres Jesse window probably represent David, Solomon, Rehoboam, and Abia, the first in Matthew's long list of twice 14 kings of Judah, Christ's royal ancestors. Christ is here identified by the cruciform nimbus around his head. Within the red half circles on either side of the figures in the tree and turned toward them are 14 Old Testament prophets bearing scrolls on which their names are written. From top and from left to right, they are Habakkuk and Zephaniah, Isaiah and Daniel, Moses and Balaam, Zechariah and Joel, Ezekiel and Micah, Samuel and Amos, Nahum and Hosea. The drama of the Incarnation appears in glass as well as on the lower lintel of the left west facade portal. As on the outside, the Chartres Incarnation window contains the story of the Annunciation, when the angel Gabriel visits Mary, the visitation of Mary, who is pregnant with Jesus, and Elizabeth, who is pregnant with John the Baptist, the Nativity, and note here the resemblance between the portrayal of the birth of Jesus in the stained glass of the inside of the church and the portrayal in stone on the outside, both depicted in a double-decker bed and crib arrangement. The Annunciation to the shepherds is there. We see King Herod consulting with the astrologers who have seen the star signifying the birth of the King of the Jews. We see the adoration of the Magi, who, following the star, shown here in the upper right-hand corner of the window panel, will find Jesus. We see the Epiphany, or dream of the Magi, in which they are warned not to return to King Herod. Here we see the presentation of Jesus in the temple, as Mary hands Jesus to Simeon, who prophesied to Mary, "Behold, this child is set for the falling and rising of many in Israel." And here we see Herod's massacre of the holy innocents, accompanied by the flight of Mary, Joseph, and Jesus into Egypt. We see Joseph's dream after Herod's death. We see the baptism of Christ, Christ's entry and welcome into Jerusalem with his disciples, an event depicted not in one, but in 3 slides, and finally, Mary enthroned with Jesus on her lap, a scene we have encountered on the outside of the cathedral in the tympanum of the south portal of Chartres' west facade. The scene of the Sedes Sapientiae is also captured in one of Chartres' most famous windows, known as La Belle Verrière, which still contains some of the original 12th century glass. Within the realm of the Christological drama, we also find a Passion and Resurrection window. The 14 panels in double circles of pearl-like white dots offer a detailed narrative account of the Passion and Resurrection, beginning with Christ's transfiguration on Mount Tabor. Here we see a representation of the Transfiguration according to which Jesus departs with the apostles, Peter, James, and John. He begins to radiate light, and on the mountain he speaks with the Old Testament prophets, Elijah and Moses, when a voice from the sky calls him, Son. Here we see the images from the Passion window of the Last Supper, of the washing of the disciples' feet, of the betrayal of Judas, who can be seen just to Christ's right, kissing his face. We see a scene of the flagellation, of the crucifixion, of the deposition from the cross, of the anointing and entombment of Christ's body. We see the resurrection and the scene of the words, Noli me tangere, do not touch me, spoken by Jesus to Mary Magdalene when she recognizes him after he has risen. Here we see a scene of the apostles receiving the news of the resurrection. Then, moving to the top of the Chartres Passion window, we find the meeting of Jesus with 2 disciples on the road to Emmaus. And finally, the supper at Emmaus, where Jesus' return to earth is recognized. The Cathedral of Chartres is known for the great rose windows, beginning with the north rose, the gift of Blanche of Castile, whose heraldic sign, the castle, is in the spandrels below the round rose, intertwined with the fleur-de-lis, the insignia of her son, Louis IX. The thematic and figural program of this window shows Old Testament figures that prefigure those of the New Testament. The New Testament considered to be a fulfillment of the Old. At the center, the Virgin with the child Jesus on her lap, surrounded by fleur-de-lis, with the doves of the Holy Spirit above, and censing angels and angels holding candles on either side, with seraphim below. Christ is surrounded in the next circle by his ancestors, 12 kings of Judah in the squares of the north rose. King David at 12 o'clock, King Solomon at 1 o'clock, King Hezekiah at 7 o'clock, King Joram at 9 o'clock, King Rehoboam at 11 o'clock. In the semicircles at the outer edge of Chartres' north rose, we see 12 prophets, from Amos at 1 o'clock, to Malachi at 6 o'clock, to Hosea at the noon position on top, again surrounded by fleurs-de-lis, the insignia of Saint-Louis, in quadrifoil lobes. The lancet windows below Chartres' great north rose window are extraordinarily important in terms of the figural process of passing from the old law to the new, and in terms of a family genealogy. Saint Anne holding the Virgin Mary above a shield emblazoned with the fleur-de-lis motif could only make a 13th century observer think of Saint Louis and his mother, Blanche of Castile. The north side of Chartres belonged to Saint Anne, who can be seen on the outside in the trumeau of the north portal holding the infant Mary in her arms. This north portal, which is directly below the great north rose, was started around the year 1204, when the cathedral received the gift, supposedly, of the head of Saint Anne, taken from Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade. The Anne and Mary of the rose lancets are flanked on either side by Old Testament figures, the large ones prefiguring Christ as priests and kings, trampling underfoot smaller figures who are antichrists. On the far left stands king-priest Melchizedek, holding a chalice representing the virtue of faith, while beneath him lies King Nebuchadnezzar, who represents the vice of idolatry. Just to the left of Anne, we see King David with his emblem, the harp, and beneath David, Saul, who committed suicide in the war against the Philistines and was succeeded by King David. Just to the right of Anne, we see David's son Solomon, who some see in this image as modeled on Louis IX. He is holding a scepter and a crown with the fleur-de-lis, the sign of Louis IX. And beneath, Solomon, mad King Jeroboam, another idolater worshipping golden calves. On the far right stands the high priest Aaron. Beneath him, Pharaoh is depicted falling into the Red Sea. Turning now 180 degrees, the Chartres Great South Rose was put into place around 1225 and contains a synthesis of the Chartres iconographic program. The donor for this window was Pierre Mauclair, Count of Dreux and by marriage Duke of Brittany, a great enemy of Louis IX, whose father died while he was still a child. Pierre Mauclair led a coalition of nobles opposed to Louis's succession as a child, a rebellion that was put down by Thibaut, Count of Champagne, and an accomplished poet who, according to the bad-mouthers of the time, later became the lover of Louis's mother, Blanche of Castile. Pierre's heraldic device is strategically located at the base of the central lancet. He and his family are portrayed on either side of the base of the 4 other lancets. Pierre kneeling to the right, his son John standing on the far right. Note that both are wearing tunics bearing the checkered blue and yellow pattern of the family arms. Pierre's wife, Alix de Thouars, kneels on the left, and Pierre and Alix's daughter, Yolande, stands on the far left, both women dressed, again, in the family armorial pattern. The central lancet of the South Rose shows Mary with child in response to Mary as a child on the North Rose. On either side stand 2 major Old Testament prophets carrying on their shoulders the New Testament evangelists, echoing the words of the Chancellor of Chartres, Bernard of Chartres. "We are," said Bernard, "as dwarfs mounted on the shoulders of giants, so that we can see more and further than they can, yet not by virtue of the keenness of our eyesight, nor through the tallness of our stature, but because we are raised and borne aloft upon that giant mass." Jeremiah carries Luke. Isaiah carries Matthew. Ezekiel carries John. And Daniel carries Mark. Turning now to the west rose window of Chartres reproduces on the inside the iconography of the Last Judgment, and again, the tetramorph found on the central tympanum of the royal portal and the lancets of the south rose window. In the center, we see Christ exhibiting his bleeding wounds and sitting amongst 3 series of 12 circles. The inner elliptical circles houses 8 angels in pairs between the 4 evangelists. The 12 apostles, seated in pairs, are found in the larger circles of the ellipses. Here we see St. Peter holding his emblem, a key, and above Christ's head, Abraham rocking souls in his bosom and surrounded by cherubim with multiple wings. In the outer circles, angels carry the instruments of Christ's passion. And at 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock, angels blow trumpets to announce the second coming, the day of judgment. Beneath them, the resurrected who await their fate can be seen. In the ellipsis directly below Christ's feet, we see St. Michael with a devil weighing in scales the deeds of a sinner. In the right ellipsis, left of Christ, a demon prods souls off to hell, which is represented as a giant gaping mouth in the lower outer circles. Notice the sinner with a money bag around his neck. Just to the right, we see the tortures of hell in the shape of devils turning bodies on a rack. In the left ellipsis and on the right of Christ, an angel leads saved souls to paradise regained. Thus we see in the extraordinary stained glass windows of Chartres a superb illustration of the cathedral as the Bible of the poor or of the illiterate. From Old Testament history as a prefiguration of the New, and from the New Testament illustrated stories as a fulfillment of the Old, we are witness to the past. But we also catch a glimpse of the future in the second coming of Christ, the Last Judgment. With its separation of the sinners who are damned from the virtuous who were saved, along with Welcome back to the Age of Cathedrals. In our last time together, we looked at the 3 great rose windows of Our Lady of Chartres, which display a program of Old and New Testament history that reproduces in glass the sculptural programs of the Incarnation, the Passion, and the Last Judgment, which are also visible in the sculptural programs of the exterior of the church. But the dense blue windows of Chartres contain a universe not only of biblical history, but of some of the pagan holdovers we have seen elsewhere, both in glass and in stone. A few of the Chartres windows hark back like the iconography of Saint-Denis and Notre-Dame in Paris, to the pagan past and to the stuff of history, legend, and literature. Thus, the startling, vivid zodiac window, which also integrates the works of the seasons. We can read this window from bottom to top, with January, with its two, actually in this rendering, three faces, and Aquarius, the water bearer, which runs from mid-January to mid-February. We see February with its interior scene of the peasant warming himself in front of the fire, and Pisces, which runs from mid-February to mid-March. Here we see March with the man pruning the vine, and Aries, the ram, which runs from mid-March to mid-April. And here, April, showing off her flowers, with Taurus, the bull, which runs from mid-April to mid-May. For May, we see a combined quadrifoil, with, on the left, a soldier setting off on a military campaign. Remember that war was a seasonal activity in the Middle Ages because it depended on the unfreezing of roads. And on the right, Gemini, the twins, the zodiacal sign, which covers the period from mid-May to mid-June. And June, which is actually mislabeled July, shows a man mowing hay with a scythe, along with Cancer, the crab, which runs from mid-June to mid-July. And here July, mislabeled as June, along with Leo, the lion, which covers mid-July to mid-August. For August, we see a man threshing wheat, along with Virgo, the virgin, which runs from mid-August to mid-September. September shows a harvesting of grapes, and Libra, the scales, running from mid-September to mid-October. October, which again reveals its seasonal activity of pouring wine in the cask, along with Scorpio, the scorpion, which runs from mid-October to mid-November. November reveals graphically the killing of a pig, along with Sagittarius, the archer, which covers mid-November through mid-December. And finally, December reveals ritual feasting, along with Capricorn, the goat, shown here as a sea-goat, a mythical creature which designates the true astrological sign of Capricorn, and which runs from mid-December to mid-January, when two-faced January and Aquarius complete the calendar of the year. At the very top of the pagan signs of the zodiac and seasonal works sits Christ in majesty between the letters Alpha and Omega, first and last in the Greek alphabet, thus marking the beginning and the end of the year and crowning the annual cycle of the months. By far the most important and interesting secular window, insofar as anything in the cathedral can be secular, is the Charlemagne window, designed and put into place in the north section of the ambulatory between the window of St. James the Greater, patron saint of St. Jacques of Compostela, and that of the great warrior Saints Theodore and Vincent. Charlemagne, who managed to conquer most of Europe and who died in 814, was the most powerful leader in Europe between the collapse of the Roman Empire in the 5th century and the advent of Napoleon in the 19th. He saw himself as an heir to Rome, and though, as his biographer Eginhard tells us, he never learned to read and write, Charlemagne was a great patron of learning and the arts. The Carolingian emperor's capital was at Aix-la-Chapelle, present-day Aachen in Germany. But he was responsible, as we shall see when we begin to examine the stained glass window dedicated to him, he was responsible for the transfer of relics from the Middle East to Chartres. And relics, it will also be remembered, are the chief source of the prestige and the safekeeping of both the cathedral and the town of Chartres. The window featuring the deeds of the Emperor Charlemagne was donated by fur merchants with no apparent connection to the legend of Charlemagne and his nephew Count Roland of Brittany, and the subject of the first sustained work of literature in Old French, which you have read, the Song of Roland. The Song of Roland is, like Homer's Iliad, an epic work of literature whose subject is war, and like all epics, it is rooted in the past, in an event which, according to Charlemagne's biographer Eginhard, took place in the year 778. While one carried out a long war against the Saxon, Eginhard writes, Charles, having fortified his frontier at strategic places, attacked Spain with all his force. He crossed the Pyrenees, received the homage of all places and castles on his route, then returned, bringing his army home safe and sound, with this exception. In crossing the Pyrenees, it happened that he met up with the perfidy of the Basques. In this battle, the Seneschal Eginhard, Anselm, Count of the Palace, and Roland, Duke of the March of Brittany, were killed. The most famous poem about Roland was written in the form that came down to us much later, around the time of the First Crusade, or the end of the 11th century. The manuscript was lost for many centuries, however, and was only rediscovered in the mid-1830s by a young man, Francisque Michel, who was sent by the French government to hunt for French manuscripts in British museums and libraries. Here we see a picture of Michel and of the manuscript of the first folio of the Song of Roland from Oxford's Bodleian Library. The poem was first published in the mid-1830s. By the time that the story told in the Song of Roland, which took place in the late 8th century, was put into writing from oral legend about the Battle of Roncesvalles, France was no longer ruled by the Carolingians, but by the Capetian monarchs, who took their name from the first ruler of the dynasty, Hugh Capet, a 7th-generation descendant of Charlemagne, who became king of the Franks in the year 987. The Capetians looked back to the Carolingian past for legitimacy. A first wave of identification with the Carolingians occurred around the time of the First Crusade of 1096, and the Song of Roland was part of this nostalgic turn toward idealized origins. But a second wave of Charlemania took place in the first quarter of the 13th century. King Philip Auguste, whose reign began in 1179, claimed Charlemagne as an ancestor, and the popularity of Charlemagne was attested by the Charlemagne window at Chartres, the original source of which was the Charlemagne and First Crusade window that had been in Saint-Denis. The Charlemagne window at Chartres, which is 28 feet high and 6.5 feet wide, was apparently the gift of furriers, as can be seen in this signature or donation panel at the very bottom, in which a fur merchant displays a piece of goods to a potential buyer, with other skins lying on the table on the right side of the image and still other pelts hanging on the wall above the table. The relationship of furriers to Charlemagne is not obvious, aside from the speculation that Charlemagne, the emperor, was an avid hunter. Moving from the bottom up, the Charlemagne window recounts a narrative, some of which comes from a 12th century Latin chronicle known as the Pseudo-Turpin, and some of which comes from the old French epics, the Song of Roland, and some from a later epic known as Charlemagne's Voyage to Jerusalem. The lower sections of the window tell the story of Charlemagne's voyage to the Middle East. Its middle and upper sections recount the legend of Charlemagne's venture into Spain and the Battle of Roncesvalles, in which the emperor's beloved nephew, Roland, was killed. Thus we see on the bottom right the narrative depiction of the dream of the emperor of Byzantium, Constantine. It was not customary for royals to sleep with their crowns on, but this is a way of identifying the dreamer as a king or emperor. Constantine, who sought to recapture the Holy Land, imagined in his sleep that a Frankish king, who is identified as Carolus, Charles, or Charlemagne, defeats the Muslim armies and takes back Jerusalem. Charles is also identifiable because he carries the banner, or the oriflamme, the insignia of France that we first encountered at Saint-Denis, and that is mentioned as the flag around which French troops rally in the Song of Roland. The angel which appears above the head of the dreamer indicates that this dream is divinely inspired and therefore trustworthy. The Eastern emperor sends emissaries to the Count of Charlemagne, and here we see Charlemagne seated between two bishops, one of whom, we know from written sources, has brought him a letter. Here we see Charlemagne fighting the Saracen or pagan foe, as he fulfills the Byzantine emperor's dream of reconquering the Holy Land. The overwhelming presence of French soldiers with their closed helmets and kite-shaped shields, as against the open helmets and round shields of the Muslims, suggest a rout. Note the banner which Charlemagne held in Constantine's dream as it is carried into battle. Having conquered Jerusalem, Charlemagne is welcomed before a town, which must be Constantinople, by the Byzantine emperor, who places an arm around him. Take note here of a couple of details. Charlemagne still wears his spurs, which indicates he has just arrived, and there is a third figure in the scene who is assumed to be Roland. On the right hand of the arrival scene, the two emperors wearing crowns meet in a place of sanctity indicated by the presence of an oil lamp. There, Constantine bestows upon Charlemagne gifts in the form of relics. Take note of the three reliquary cases, like little churches, which are covered by a cloth. The relics would presumably have been fragments of the crown of thorns, one of the nails of the crucifixion, various fabrics, one of which may have been the tunic that Mary wore at the time she gave birth to Jesus, and which is still, as we've seen, in Chartres Cathedral. Moving up the Charlemagne window, we see that the emperor has brought the relics back to Europe, where he first deposits them, lays them upon an altar at the seat of his power, Aix-la-Chapelle. We know that because of the cross hanging on the wall, the emperor's mitre, and the architectural pattern at the top of the glass rondel, which shows the rounded cupola with windows that still characterize the Basilica of Aix or Aachen. It is interesting to note as well a detail in this scene, the oliphant or elephant tusk hanging between two columns just above the emperor's head, and possibly the horn that Roland will blow at the Battle of Roncesvalles. These figure importantly in the Song of Roland and are depicted near the top of the Charlemagne window. A second story, oriented toward Spain and not the Middle East, begins a third of the way up the Charlemagne window. Here we see the emperor studying the stars of the Milky Way, consisting of a wavy red and green line in the sky for their meaning. According to the Pseudo-Turpin Chronicle, Charlemagne sees Saint James the Major in a dream. James admonishes the emperor. He says, "My body now lies concealed in Galicia, long so grievously oppressed by the Saracens, from whose yoke I am astonished that you, who have conquered so many lands and cities, have not yet delivered it." James the Major explains that the Milky Way leads to his tomb in Galicia and begs Charlemagne to deliver it from the Muslims. Heeding the call, the emperor, accompanied by his knights in turban, wearing the archbishop's mitre, sets off for Spain. We can detect here a certain general signaling of travel without a lot of attention to detail. Thus, the head of 6 riders are depicted on 3 horses, and the 3 horses only have 8 legs. The panel points us to the left, where we see Charlemagne, dressed in chainmail and a surcoat, praying before a battle, as the knights behind him, one of which holds the oriflamme, or banner, seem raring to go. Moving again to the right, the emperor lays siege to a town, which may be Pamplona. Note the city inhabitant at the top of the tower, sounding the alarm, along with the French knight with his kite-shaped shield entering the gates of the city, while at the same time piercing with his lance the Saracen knight with his round shield, attempting to flee. Charlemagne is next seen in a round panel, just up and to the left of the battle scene, constructing a church, which, like Chartres, was a Gothic building because of the distinguishing flying buttress system. Here he rebuilds the church at St. James, Compostela, which has been desecrated by the Saracens. The pseudo-Turpin notes that with the gold given to him by kings and princes, he, Charlemagne, enlarged the church of the blessed St. James. Note, too, the Hods, wearing short coats, carrying what looks like stone up a ladder. The master mason, distinguished by his full surcoat, setting a stone at the top of the tower. And the emperor on horseback, who communicates with the master mason and supervises the building, issuing orders with his raised right hand and pointed finger. Then, in a scene reminiscent of Joachim's flowering rods in his temple offering that we saw on the west facade of Notre Dame in Paris, Charlemagne's knights sleep with their heads on their shields while their lances flower, a sign from on high that they will die as martyrs in battle the following day. Here we see a scene of pitched battle between mounted French and Saracen knights, a fight that seems less one-sided than the rout depicted earlier. The rondo just above and to the right of the pitched battle shows a close-up or detail of a French versus a Saracen knight, the former on the left with his kite shield and closed helmet, and the latter on the right with his open helmet and round shield. The battle has been a difficult one because of a giant, Ferracutus, who vanquishes many of the French in single combat. Facing Ferracutus, who is of the race of Goliath, in the phrase of the author of the Pseudo-Turpin, Roland asks how he can be so strong, to which the giant admits to being vulnerable only through his navel. There can be no doubt of the vividness of this detail as Roland, his head surrounded by a red nimbus, thrusts his sword through Ferracutus's middle. As we move into the part of the window which tells in pictures the story of the Song of Roland, Charlemagne returns home from Spain to France, crossing the Pyrenees with his army. The mountains are here represented by the craggy vertical layers of grass with trees jutting out of them. Since the sloping landscape is behind the traveling knights, we can assume that Charlemagne has just crossed the Pyrenees with his army, leaving Roland in the rear guard, still in the high mountain pass. There, as we read in the Song of Roland, as well as in the Pseudo-Turpin, Roland, betrayed by his stepfather Ganelon, is attacked by Saracens, whom he almost manages to defeat, given the littering of bodies on the ground. When defeat seems inevitable, as we see in the right-hand side of the roundel, Roland sounds his horn to call for his emperor and protector's help, and on the left, he tries to break his sword against a rock so that it will not fall into pagan hands. At the end, we see the hand of God descending to receive the defeated hero in heaven. When Roland is on the point of death, he asks a knight, thought to be Baldwin, to bring him water. When he can find none, Baldwin, whose face in this panel looks appropriately downcast, rides off to bring the news of the treacherous attack to Charlemagne, who at that point can do nothing. At the very top of the Charlemagne window, in what is one of the great mysteries connected to the history and the legend of Charlemagne, the emperor, seated on the left of the stained glass rondo and looking worried, celebrates the Mass of St. Giles, intended for forgiveness of an unnameable sin. One day, when St. Giles was celebrating Mass, an angel appeared, as we see here over the altar, with a scroll on which the details of Charlemagne's sin are written. According to one chronicle account, Charlemagne's sin consisted of having slept with his sister, from which union Roland was born. Roland's death, as depicted in the Song of Roland and the Charlemagne window at Chartres, being an expiation of the sin of incest. In our next time together, we shall examine what the Song of Roland has to teach us about the social reality of the age of cathedrals. Welcome back to the Age of Cathedrals. We ended our last time together with the discussion of the Chartres Charlemagne window, which depicts at its uppermost reaches the death of the hero Roland, Charlemagne's nephew, ambushed by Saracens in a high mountain pass in the Pyrenees. Though Charlemagne never became a saint because of his sin, which is alluded to at the very top of the window dedicated to the literary legends which surround his exploits, he was dear to Chartres because it was Charlemagne who brought back to France the cathedral's most precious relics, the sacred tunic which Mary wore at the time of Christ's birth. As a defender of France, Roland too is essential to Chartres, and he appears not only in death, but living and standing tall among the jam statues of Chartres' south portal, next to Saints Lawrence, Clement, and Stephen. Notice the fleur-de-lis on Roland's shield, a clear anachronism, since the fleur-de-lis was the symbol of Saint Louis, who lived 4 centuries after the emperor's mythic nephew. The symbol serves nevertheless to link the Capetian kings of France to the Carolingian past. The real Charlemagne, who ruled from 768 until his death in 814, had managed to restore order several centuries after the collapse of Rome. Charlemagne considered himself the heir of Rome and had himself crowned emperor by the Pope in the year 800. Although, as his biographer Eginhard tells us, Charles the Great never learned to read, he loved learning, imported scholars, especially from England, initiated monastic reform, and developed a unified system of government that lasted as long as he lived, but that crumbled after his death. Charlemagne's grandsons, Louis the German, Charles the Bald, and Lothair, warred with each other, and the chaos which ensued left Europe open to a second wave of invasions by the Arabs from the south, Hungarians from the east, and from the northwest, Scandinavians, who settled in what is now Normandy. At the end of this period, and beginning around the time of the First Crusade, at the end of the 11th century, the French kings managed gradually to recapture the power that had escheated to local lords during the period sometimes referred to as the Dark Ages. And part of the growth of France in the 12th and 13th centuries involved a looking back to the Carolingians and Charlemagne, and this especially in the first literary work in Old French, the Song of Roland. The Song of Roland is based, as we saw, in part on an historical event of 778, and in part on legend, which grew around the event. The Song of Roland recounts the story of Charlemagne's expedition into Spain, which corresponds to the reconquest of Spain from the Arabs, especially in the 10th century, and the return to France. In the course of crossing the Pyrenees, on the way home, the rear guard of the French army, led by Roland, who has been nominated to that position by the envious traitor Ganelon, is attacked by Saracens, though it is Basques in the historical account. Roland defends himself heroically, but is killed. Not, however, before blowing his horn, as we saw near the top of the Charlemagne window, to summon Charles, who turns around, takes revenge upon the Saracen leader, Baligant, then returns to his capital in Aix-la-Chapelle, where Ganelon is tried and executed. The Song of Roland, which you have read, offers about as good a glimpse as one can find of the society of the 10th and 11th centuries. You will remember that in the first part of the poem, we are witness to a discussion about whether to make war or peace. And when the decision comes down on the side of peace, Ganelon, who is married to Charlemagne's sister and is Roland's stepfather, is nominated by Roland to negotiate terms with the Saracen king. Ganelon is so furious at the prospect of this mission, which he thinks means certain death, because 2 emissaries sent earlier did not return, that he threatens to get even. Now if God grants that I come back from there, threatens Ganelon, you will have trouble. I'll start a feud with you. It will go on till the end of your life. Roland, however, is unshaken and increases the insult by offering to go in Ganelon's place. What wild words, all that blustering. Everybody knows that threats don't worry me, but we'll need a wise man to bring the message. If the king wills, I'll gladly go in your place. Ganelon answers, you will not go for me. You're not my man, and I'm not your lord. These are special words, lord and man, terms that define, in fact, the basic social relationships between men of what is known, for better or worse, as feudal society, military feudalism, which is the nucleus of the chivalric world. About the only human groupings that survived the collapse of the Carolingian Empire were those based upon blood or family, not the modern nuclear family with its parents, 2 children, and a dog, but the extended family or clan, consisting of true kin ties, doubled by those based upon a fictive form of kinship known as vassalage or homage, between a stronger man possessed of the means of self-defense, arms, horses, and a castle, a lord or seigneur, and a weaker man seeking protection, his commended man or his vassal. Here is another example from the late 11th century. It figures on the Bayeux tapestry, an embroidered account of the Norman conquest of 1066. The Latin writing accompanying the image reads, "Here William gave arms to Harold, as he places his hands on Harold's arm and head." The Lord promised to nourish and protect his vassal. The vassal, in turn, promised to counsel his lord and to render military assistance. Consilium, or counsel on the one hand, and auxilium, or aid, on the other. Roland is a poem which presents only the upper classes of society, with the exception of the kitchen boys who seize Ganelon once his betrayal has become evident. Those in a subordinate role, that is, the serfs, have stayed at home. One must add, too, that Roland is a poem with a certain gender bias. There are few women in this early French epic. Only the pagan leader Marsilien's wife, Bramimonde, whose role is to convert once she has been captured, and Aude, Oliver's sister and Roland's fiancée, whose role is to die when she hears of the hero's death. The mass of women have stayed home, like Aude, with the serfs. This particular manuscript illustration is from a late 13th or early 14th century German version of Roland by a poet by the name of Der Stricker. The Song of Roland offers many clues to the material culture of a warrior society just before the age of cathedrals, that is, of the 10th and 11th centuries. This is a vision of an idealized world, in some ways, of a rural economy which does not rely upon the circulation of money. Things are not bought and sold. They're captured, given, or exchanged. Wealth is made up of real property, land holdings known as fiefs, I know now I must go to Saragossa, says Ganelon to Charles. Any man who goes there cannot return. And there is this, I am your sister's husband, have a son by her, the finest boy there is. Baldwin, says he, who will be a good man. To him I leave my honors, fiefs, and lands. The word honors is another term for lands, and bespeaks an organic tie of nobleman to the soil, a noble title being the name of the castle and also the name of the land. Goods did circulate in such a world. One day the emperor was sitting in the shade, Ganelon tells Blancandrin, on the way to Saragossa to negotiate the terms of Charlemagne's withdrawal from Spain. His nephew came, still wearing his hauberk. He had gone plundering near Carcassonne. Said Blancandrin, a wild man this Roland, wants to make every nation beg for his mercy, and claims a right to every land on earth. But what men support him, if that is his aim? Ganelon answers, why, Lord, the men of France. They love him so, they will never fail him. He gives them gifts, masses of gold and silver, mules, battle horses, brocaded silks, supplies. And it is all as the emperor desires. He'll win the lands from here to the Orient. In addition to lands which were fixed, still noted in the French word for real estate, immobilier, there were all kinds of movable goods, chattel in English, denoted by the French word for furniture still, the word meuble, or movables. Here we see in a late 15th century image the treasure that Ganelon brings back from Saragossa, the booty with which he has been rewarded for betraying the French. And here we see a miniature by Guillaume Vrelant, contained in Jean Wauquelin's translation of the Chronicle of Hainaut from the middle of the 15th century. Above all, we observe wealth in the form of arms, either bestowed by a lord upon a vassal or captured as part of the plunder of war. In the world of Roland, one cannot overestimate the worth of arms, which are the equivalent of what the Marxists used to call the means of production. Around 1100, the hauberk, or basic body armor of a knight, that is to say the coat of mail, weighed, it is estimated, between 10 and 12 kilos, 22 or 27 pounds, and cost the equivalent of 3 war horses or 12 cattle. It represented, as did the sword, 200 hours of a blacksmith's work. The whole armor, including the horse, was the equivalent of 20 to 25 cattle. In 1250, the equivalent had grown to 40 or 50 cattle. In the 14th century, the weight of a coat of armor reached 25 to 30 kilos, 55 to 65 pounds, and grew even further for the armor that could protect against arrows and partially protect against crossbow attack. A few pieces of armor from the 15th century, used exclusively for jousting in tournaments, reached 50 to 60 kilos, 110 to 130 pounds. In Roland, one finds an aesthetic of armor, a delight in the ways in which the gold and gems shine amidst all the blood and carnage. As the Saracens leave for the attack at Roncesvalles, they arm themselves in Saracen hauberks. All but a few are lined with triple mail. They lace on their good helms of Saragossa, gird on their swords, the steel forged in Vienne. They have rich shields, spears of Valencia, and gonfalons of white and blue and red. They leave the mules and riding horses now, mount their war horses and ride in close array. The day was fair, the sun was shining bright, all their armor was aflame with light. Roland seems to enjoy a personal relationship to his own sword. Ah, Durendal, he says, beautiful and most sacred. Roland extols his weapon and longtime companion, one might even say his partner, as he is dying. The weapon is sacred. An angel bestowed upon Charlemagne both Roland's sword, Durendal, and the horn, or olifant, which we encountered in the Charlemagne window at Chartres. The word for horn, or olifant, comes from elephant, of which it is the tusk. Here we see an elaborately worked elephant tusk horn from right around the time of the Song of Roland, which can still be seen in Paris's Cluny or Museum of the Middle Ages. As we can see in the upper panel of this German manuscript illumination, an angel brought both sword and olifant to Charlemagne, and in the lower panel, Charlemagne presented them to Roland. The sword is sacred because it contains the relics of saints, both from Saint-Denis and even a piece of Mary's robe to be found, it'll be remembered, at Chartres. The holy relics in this golden pommel, St. Peter's tooth and blood of St. Basil, a lock of hair of my Lord Saint-Denis, and a fragment of Blessed Mary's robe. Your powers must not fall to the pagans, says Roland. Roland is past master when it comes to the capture of arms, and in the almost total absence of emotion, he becomes enraged at the thought of losing his sword Durendal, whose root syllable dur means hard, and if you make a verb out of it, durer, it means to last or to endure, which is just what Roland does. We saw Roland trying to break his sword at the top of the Charlemagne window at Chartres. Here's another illumination of the same scene, only here in the upper panel, Roland both tries to break his sword and offers his glove to St. Michael, who descends from the sky to take back the warrior's pledge of homage. In the lower panel, Charlemagne takes Durendal from the hand of the dead Roland, and an angel appears to Charlemagne to proclaim that Joshua's miracle of the sun, stayed in its course, has been renewed, so that the emperor might avenge his nephew's death upon the Emir Baligat, who arrives suddenly from the Middle East. Roland's sword contains not only precious gems, but is inscribed with the whole history of his military past. Ah, Durendal, he says, how beautiful and bright, so full of light, all on fire in the sun. King Charles was in the vales of Maurienne when God sent his angel and commanded him from heaven to give you to a captain count. That great and noble king girded it on me, and with this sword I won Anjou and Brittany. I won Poitou. I won Le Maine for Charles, and Normandy, that land where men are free. I won Provence and Aquitaine with this, and Lombardy, and every field of Romagna. I won Bavaria and all of Flanders, all of Poland and Bulgaria for Charles, Constantinople, which pledged him loyalty, and Saxony, where he does as he wills. And with this sword I won Scotland and Ireland and England, his chamber, his own domain. The lands, the nations I conquered with this sword for Charles, who rules them now, whose beard is white. Roland, the loyal and good warrior, embodies the spirit of a golden age of chivalry and honor. He participates in the distribution of arms, of course, but he also gains something far more precious, that is to say, reputation or honor. Roland would rather die than lose face. He does die rather than lose face. Indeed, at the peak of battle, urged by Oliver the Wise to do the prudent thing, to sound his horn and seek Charlemagne's help, Roland at first refuses. He is afraid of losing his reputation in France. I'd be a fool to do it. I would lose my good name through sweet France, he says. He is afraid of disgracing his family. May it never please God that my kin should be shamed because of me. He is afraid of letting down the emperor and the Frankish warriors, who are not yet French. The universe of the Song of Roland is one of honor and of moral and spiritual absolutes. Roland is strong and Oliver is wise, we read in the repeated refrain. Christians are right and pagans are wrong. The epic is made to affirm shared values of loyalty and bravery, and to punish those who betray them. For the warrior aristocracy of the feudal age, trial was synonymous with judicial battle, Deo Judicio, or the judgment of God, in which legal process and divine will remain indistinguishable. The assumption is that nature remains incapable of indifference to the outcome of human events, and that the judicial process is but one aspect of an ongoing dialogue between God and man. Thus we see all the prayer and swearing on relics, which are meant to draw God's attention. Under the premise that God does not abandon the just man, and that he punishes those who fail him, the judicial duel at the end of Roland is an attempt to elicit supernatural intervention in human affairs, to encourage God to show his hand. O God, said Charles, make the right between them clear. Ganelon's trial is, however, more complicated than that, and here we observe the beginnings of something that will characterize legal proceedings right up to the present day, that is, a quibbling over words. Ganelon is accused of treason. Barons, my lords, said Charlemagne the king, judge what is right concerning Ganelon. He was with me, came in my army to Spain, and took from me 20,000 of my French, and my nephew, whom you'll not see again, and Oliver, brave man, born to the court, and the 12 peers, betrayed them all for money. Ganelon defends himself, however, and his defense is to reject the accusation. Said Ganelon, let me be called a traitor if I hide what I did. It was Roland who cheated me of gold and goods, and so I wanted to make him suffer and die, and found the way. But treason? No, I'll grant no treason there. This argument is important, for we find ourselves for the first time in the Song of Roland within the realm of explanation of the motivation behind human action, within the world of psychology or intention. But more important, we are within a universe in which words have become ambiguous. Ganelon's case turns around the difference between two words used to describe the same event that all the French, as Ganelon reminds us, have witnessed. He is accused of treason, yet he claims that his actions constituted not a case of treason, but of vengeance. The difference between treason and vengeance strikes to the heart of Ganelon's defense. Now I had challenged Roland, that great fighter, and Oliver, and all of their companions. King Charles heard it, and all his noble barons. I took revenge, but there's no treason there. Ganelon's assertion that he challenged Roland before killing him, and that his actions constitute a case of vengeance rather than treason, is essentially right. In the older feudal world, treason referred not only to disloyalty to one's lord, but to killing someone in a treacherous or hidden way. Thus Ganelon's emphasis upon the openness of what he did. But the Song of Roland is a work which bridges two different worlds, an epic that attests, at least at the end, and however subtly, to the strengthening of the Capetian monarchy. The word treason, in the period that we are considering, began to assume again the Roman resonance of lèse majesté, a crime against the ruler or against the state. This is precisely what Thierry means when he claims in the course of the proceedings that whatever wrong Count Roland may have done to Ganelon, he was in your service, and serving you should have protected him. Thierry's claim is a reminder that undercuts the sovereignty of the local feudal unit or the clan, and that affirms the sovereignty of the state. Thierry is a new type in the Song of Roland, smaller physically than the others, dressed more finely as if he were a style statement of a more cultivated world to come. Even his mind is more subtle than anything we have seen thus far in the poem. For Thierry proposes something that would have been unthinkable in the first part of Roland, dominated by the question of war or peace, or even in the rest of the poem, which is dominated by moral absolutes of right and wrong, good and bad. That is to say, Thierry suggests something on the order of a compromise. He is willing to admit that Roland provoked Ganelon, but he still insists that Ganelon was wrong to seek revenge. In the end, he proposes a compromise, to execute Ganelon, but to spare his family. I will make peace for you with Charlemagne, Thierry offers his opponent in the midst of battle, but justice will be done on Ganelon. An offer that smacks of peace, even charity, ideals that are absent from the first half of the poem, yet which come into play at the end, as can be seen in this 13th century German image of the execution by drawing and quartering of Ganelon. In our next time together, we return to Paris and to the high Parisian Gothic style of the 13th century as seen in the Sainte-Chapelle. Welcome back to the Age of Cathedrals. Today, we leave the world of Old French literature and the first epic, the Song of Roland, to return to architecture in the Parisian style, as we begin to look at one of the masterpieces of what was known as radiating Gothic embodied in the Sainte-Chapelle, which still stands like Notre Dame on Paris's Ile de la Cité. The site of the Sainte-Chapelle may have been occupied by Gallo-Roman and Merovingian castles. Robert the Pious, king of the Franks, who ruled from 996 to 1031, rebuilt a palace at the beginning of the 11th century. Philip Auguste, at the beginning of the 13th, Philip's grandson, Louis IX, or Saint Louis, who ruled from 1226 to his death in 1270, lived between his palace at Vincennes, on the eastern outskirts of Paris, and the palace which stands on the site of the current Palais de Justice, France's Supreme Court, and which served as a royal residence until Charles V moved to the Louvre in the 14th century. These were years of great expansion of the royal domain. Louis VI, who died in 1137, had modestly increased the direct holdings of monarchy. Louis VII, who reigned until 1179, added little. His son, Philippe Auguste, tripled the extent of the domain. To the northeast, he acquired Artois, the Vermandois, Valois, Picardy, and the counties of Beaumont-sur-Oise and Clermont-sur-Oise. To the northwest, he acquired the Duchy of Normandy, the counties of Melun, Evreux, and Alençon. To the west, Touraine, Anjou, Maine, and part of Poitou. To the south, western Berry, Gien, Montargis, Sancoin, Riom, and part of Auvergne. In his brief reign as King of France, from 1223 to 1226, Philippe's son Louis VIII conquered Saintonge and Aunis, Perche and Saint-Riquier in Picardy, while his campaign of 1226 in the south made a reality of the rights granted to him by Omery de Montfort over Béziers, Carcassonne, Beaucaire, and other towns in Languedoc. Despite such expansion, the King of France was still just primus inter pares, a powerful feudal baron, but not qualitatively superior to the Dukes of Normandy, Brittany, Aquitaine, or the Count of Champagne, also known as the poet Thibaut IV of Champagne. Evidence of the fragility of the monarchy could be found in the rebellion of barons against Louis IX, who became King of France at the tender age of 12. Among the rebels opposed to the rule of a minor was Peter Mauclair, whose image we saw under the south rose window in Chartres. The barons who revolted against the rule of a minor had not reckoned, however, with Louis's mother, Blanche of Castile, who was a courageous, savvy, formidable personality. Blanche managed to keep the kingdom together until Louis reached the age of maturity, and the ferocious king's mother ruled in her son's long absence during the Fourth Crusade, which we read about in the Life of Saint Louis by Joinville. Louis IX was a muscular Christian, and unlike almost all who had preceded, somewhat of an intellectual. He knew enough Latin to follow liturgical offices, or to read a passage from the writings of St. Augustine, in whose city of God he was steeped. Louis appreciated ideas somewhat. He appreciated belief a lot. And when it came to a conflict between ideas and belief, he opted for the latter. Lord Jean de Joinville, whose Life of Saint Louis is an abundant source of knowledge of France in the mid to late 13th century, tells us that, hearing the story of a knight who interrupted a debate between Jews and Christians by striking the former spokesman, he said to Joinville, "A layman, whenever he hears the Christian religion abused, should not attempt to defend its tenets except with his sword, and that he should thrust it into the scoundrel's belly as far as it will enter." To a degree unheard of until then, and on the model of the emperors of the Holy Roman Empire, including Charlemagne, Louis realized the powerful potential of linking church and state, and this alliance, which culminated in the Saint King, will progress haltingly but steadily until the 18th century with Louis XVI, the Sun King. Louis IX not only combined altar and crown, he rooted the legitimacy of the realm in New and Old Testament history. He furthered the participation, which we saw at Chartres, of the kings of France in the aura of biblical beginnings. We cannot assume bad faith or even conscious strategy, for Louis IX was deeply moved by his belief, of which we have evidence when he was only 18, evidence which leads directly to the building of the Sainte-Chapelle. One of Louis's biographers, who also wrote a life of Saint Louis, Guillaume de Nangis, recounts an incident that occurred in the year 1232, involving the loss of a unique object, one of the holy nails of the crucifixion from the treasury of Saint-Denis. And this incident had wide implications. Guillaume de Nangis writes, "The following year, which would be 1232, it happened in the same church of Saint-Denis that the very saintly nail, one of those with which our Lord was crucified and which was brought there in the time of Charles the Bald, King of France and Emperor of Rome, who gave it to the aforementioned church, the nail fell from a vase in which it was kept while one was giving it to be kissed by the pilgrims, and it was lost amidst the multitude of people who were kissing it the third day of the calends of March, which would have been the 28th of February. The sorrow and the pity that the holy King Louis and his noble mother, Queen Blanche, felt for such a great loss must be mentioned. King Louis and the Queen, his mother, when they learned of the loss of this very exalted treasure and what had happened to the holy nail under their reign, felt great pain and said that one could hardly bring them a worse piece of news, nor make them suffer more cruelly. The very good and noble King Louis, because of the great pain he experienced, could not contain himself, but started to cry out loud that he would have preferred that the best city of his realm were destroyed and perished. When the inhabitants of Paris heard the cry of the king and the news of the loss of the Holy Nail, they were tormented, and many men, women, children, clerics, and students started to bray and to cry from the bottom of their heart, with crying and in tears. They ran to the churches to call upon the help of God in such a great peril. It wasn't only Paris that cried, but all those who in the realm of France learned of the loss of the holy and precious nail also cried. Many wise men believed that this cruel loss, which occurred at the beginning of the reign, was the sign of great disaster or epidemics, and that it prophesied the destruction, God forfend, of the whole body of the realm of France. The great French historian Jacques Le Goff claims that the Romans did not believe more firmly in consulting the livers of their victims or in the flights of birds than the French of the 13th century in the foreboding loss of the Holy Nail, which was, by the way, found again a couple of months later. Some 5 years after the disappearance and the miraculous recovery of the nail of the Passion, a unique opportunity presented itself to Louis. In 1237, young Emperor Baldwin II of Constantinople, nephew of Baldwin IX of Flanders, remember that Constantinople had fallen to the Crusaders in 1204, Baldwin IX of Flanders and the son of Pierre de Courtenay, Emperor of Constantinople, from 1216 to 1219, came to France to ask the help of Louis against the Greeks. Louis was his cousin, since Baldwin's mother, Yolande, was the sister of Isabel, the first wife of Philippe Auguste and the grandmother of Louis IX. While in France, Baldwin II made it known that the Latin barons of Constantinople, in need of money, intended to begin to sell relics. In particular, they wished to sell the crown of thorns. Baldwin asked Louis, who was only 23 at the time, and his mother, Blanche of Castile, to help prevent the crown of thorns from falling into foreign and possibly pagan hands. Negotiations were complicated, but they ended around Christmas 1238, when in exchange for the sum of £135,000, Baldwin wrote a letter ordering the transfer of the crown of thorns to 2 Dominican emissaries dispatched by Louis. When they arrived in Constantinople, Brother André and Brother Jacques discovered that the Byzantine need for money was such, and the negotiations had taken so long, that the Latin barons had in the meantime offered the crown of thorns as collateral on a loan from Venetian bankers under the condition that if it were not redeemed before the feast of Gervais and Prote, that is, by the 18th of June, it would become the possession of the Venetians. The Venetian trade in relics had brought those of St. Mark there from Alexandria at the beginning of the 11th century. The Venetians agreed to cede the crown of thorns to the French should Louis's men come up with the agreed-upon purchase price under the condition that it stop in Venice on its way to France. Now, winter was a perilous time to think of transport of such a rich relic by sea. The Greeks had, via spies, learned of the sale and intended to hijack it. Protected by God, however, the crown arrived by ship in Venice, where it was exhibited in St. Mark's Cathedral. Brother André stayed with it in Venice, while Brother Jacques returned to Paris to fetch the money. And after further negotiations, the crown left Venice by land under the safe conduct of Louis and the German Emperor Frederick II. Louis met the convoy with the holy relic with his mother, brother, Archbishop Gauthier Cornut of Sens, Archbishop Bernard of Auxerre, many barons and knights at Villeneuve-l'Archevêque. When they undid the seals placed there by the Latin barons of Constantinople and those of the Doge of Venice, there was an outpouring of emotion. According to Bishop Carnut of Sens, those who were there rest transfixed before the sight of the lovingly desired object, their devout spirits seized by such fervor that they believe they see before their eyes the Lord in person, wearing in that instant the crown of thorns. The king and his brother Robert, barefoot and wearing only a tunic, carried the case housing the crown of thorns from Villeneuve-l'Archevêque to Sens, amid knights who also took off their shoes. Here we see a 19th century painting of the barefoot Louis leading the procession carrying the relics. Immense crowds came to welcome what was phrased in the terms of Bishop Carnut as the living Lord in his relic, which was brought by boat then on the river Yonne to Vincennes, where it was exhibited in the church of Saint Antoine. It was then brought to Notre Dame in Paris, and from there to Saint Nicolas, the chapel at the time of the royal palace. From there, Louis peeled off a few thorns of the crown of thorns, which he distributed to at least 8 bishoprics in France. He sent a thorn to Arras, to Amiens, Angers, Bouillac, Grenoble, Le Puy, and Reims. Christ's crown was the perfect symbol for the binding unity of France through the thorns that were once part of a circular branch, now united across large distances like the spokes of an enormous wheel. Here we see what is known as the window of relics, located on the south side of the nave of the Sainte-Chapelle, just to the right of the entrance. It shows the transport and ostentation or showing of the relics. Note the interlacing of the emblems of Louis, the fleur-de-lis, and of Blanche de Castile, little castles, all around, as French kingship was embedded in the genealogy of Christ. The crown of thorns came to embody sacred monarchy and participated in one of the great motifs of the 12th and 13th centuries, the move westward of knowledge and power, under the assumption that learning and political organization originated in Greece, traveled to Rome, and would fulfill its ultimate manifest destiny in France. To the translatio studii, or translation of knowledge, and translatio imperii, the translation of power, was added the translatio sacratissimae passiones instrumentorum, the transfer of the sacred relics of the Passion. The nail of Christ of Saint-Denis being just the first in a series of relics, like Mary's tunic in Chartres, which had touched the body of Christ. Baldwin II's money troubles continued, however, and in 1241 Louis purchased a piece of the true cross, the holy sponge with which the tormentors of Christ gave him vinegar to drink, a piece of the holy shroud, a piece of the purple robe Pilate made Christ wear to mock his royalty, all placed in the Sainte-Chapelle alongside the crown of thorns. We also found there, at the time, the head of Saint John the Baptist and the heads of Saint Clement, Blaise, Simeon, the robe of the Virgin, the linen from Christ's washing of the feet of the apostles, the iron of the holy lance with which Longinus pierced Christ's side, and the rod with which Moses struck the rock to produce water in the desert at the time of the exodus of the Jews from Egypt. But the crown of thorns was special, and according to the Archbishop Gautier Carnut of Sens, just as our Lord Jesus Christ chose the land of promise to show the mysteries of his redemption, it is only right that one believes that to venerate most piously the triumph of his passion, he chose our France in particular, so that the name of the Lord would be praised from east to west because of the transfer worked by our Lord and Redeemer from the region of Greece, which is close to the east, to France, which borders on the west, the instruments of his most holy passion. The crown of thorns was at once a royal and a Christological object, and the king whose kingdom owns it participated in the aura of divine kingship. The crown of thorns is an astonishingly powerful image of suffering kingship and of the triumph over suffering, which allows Louis to participate in the passion of Jesus, who suffered on earth and who triumphed over death through his suffering. The crown is an insignia of the humiliated royalty of Christ, and as symbol it abolishes time, just as the Crusaders, who captured Jerusalem in 1099, thought that they were punishing the very ones who crucified Christ. Remember Bishop Carnu. They believe they see before their eyes the Lord in person, wearing in that instant the crown of thorns. Today, the crown of thorns still resides in the treasury of Notre Dame in Paris, and the first Friday of each month, it is brought out and paraded around the cathedral. Here we see an image, in fact, a video taken in the cathedral of the parade of the Crown of Thorns on the first Friday of the month of August in 2016. Medieval time was flexible, and one could move very easily from the 13th century back to apostolic times. Just as today, when the Crown of Thorns is paraded, we move back to medieval and apostolic times. In the presence of an object like the Crown of Thorns, time seems to stop as the past of the crucifixion becomes blended with the present in a great abolition of earthliness that Augustine described as an extreme nearness of the feeling of eternity. The relics that Louis assembled made him the successor of Christ, the heir to the Emperor of Rome, a new Constantine whose cross of victory, which was another relic, a piece of the cross which had touched Christ's shoulders, that he protected. Louis became even a new Moses with the rod that made the King of France the new head of a chosen people, the successor of the kings of Israel, and with Louis, one of the king priests of the Old Testament, part of an alliance we have seen beginning with the jam statues of Saint-Denis and Notre Dame and Chartres. The Sainte-Chapelle was built in imitation of the Bucolian Palace in Constantinople, where the relics were kept before their transfer to France. Robert de Clary, a knight who was present at the sack of Constantinople by the Crusaders in 1204, wrote of the splendors of that place. The one called the Holy Chapel, Sainte-Chapelle, which was so rich, Robert writes, and so noble, that there was not a hinge nor a band nor any other part, such as is usually made of iron, that was not all of silver, and there was no column that was not of jasper or porphyry or some other rich precious stone. And the pavement of this chapel was of a white marble, so smooth and clear that it seemed to be of crystal. And this chapel was so rich and so noble that no one could ever tell you its great beauty and nobility. Within this chapel were found many rich relics. One found there the 2 pieces of the true cross, as large as the leg of a man, and one found there the blessed crown with which he was crowned, which was made of reeds and thorns as sharp as the points of daggers. Nicholas Mesarites, sacristan of churches in the Bucolian Palace, wrote that this church, this space, is a second Sinai, a new Bethlehem. A second Jordan, a new Jerusalem. And this is exactly what Louis had hoped to create in Paris, a new Holy Land. As the relics moved from the Holy Land to Constantinople and from Constantinople to Paris, they bestowed sacred power upon the growing capital of France. Through the relics assembled in the Sainte-Chapelle, Paris became a sacred landscape, a new Holy Land. The reliquary which housed them was a recreation of the Temple of Solomon, the place of God's covenant with the Jews. In 1239, seven years before the building of the Sainte-Chapelle, Pope Gregory IX stated that the Son of God has established different kingdoms according to the divisions of languages and races. In this, just as it was Judah among the patriarch's sons, whose tribe was taken up to receive special blessing, so the kingdom of France is distinguished above all other peoples of the world by being singled out for honor and grace by the Lord. The Sainte-Chapelle, a new temple on the Mount, played a role in the legitimizing of the Capetian monarchy, whose kings were anointed with oil from a holy vial inscribed in the line of David and Saul. The Chronicle of Saint-Denis contains the following account of the descent of the holy vial of oil to France. When shortly afterward, Clovis, in 496, set out for the church for baptism, Saint-Rémy prepared a great procession. The streets of Reims were hung with banners and tapestry. The church was decorated. The baptistry was covered with balsams and all sorts of perfumes. The people believed they were already breathing the delights of paradise. The cortege set out from the palace. The clergy led the way, bearing the holy Gospels, the cross and banners, chanting hymns and psalms. Then came the bishop, leading the king by the hand. Next, the queen with the multitude. Whilst on the way, the king asked of the bishop if this was a kingdom of heaven, which he had promised him. "Not so," replied the prelate. "It is the road which leads to it." When in the church, in the act of bestowing baptism, the holy pontiff lifted his eyes to heaven in silent prayer and wept. Straightway a dove, white as snow, descended bearing in his beak a vial of holy oil. A delicious odor exhaled from it, which intoxicated those nearby with an inexpressible delight. The holy bishop took the vial, and suddenly the dove vanished. Transported with the joy at the sight of this notable miracle, the king renounced Satan, his pomps and his works, and demanded with earnestness the baptism. At the moment when he bent his head over the fountain of life, the eloquent pontiff cried, "Bow down thine head, fierce Sicambrium. Adore that which thou hast burned, burn which thou hast adored." And just as the crown of thorns can be found today in Notre Dame in Paris, the little vial of oil brought by a dove from heaven at the end of the 5th century can still be found in the museum next to the cathedral at Reims. In our next time together, we shall explore the structure and the functions of Saint Louis' private church, the Sainte Chapelle. Welcome back to the Age of Cathedrals. In our last time together, we spoke of Louis IX's or Saint Louis' purchase of relics, especially the crown of thorns, and of the ways in which relics work to abolish time, to make the Old and New Testament past alive and vivid to present-day 13th century France, and thus to associate King Louis with the kings of the Bible. Relics may abolish time, but they only do so for an instant. And the greater ambition, where the relic effect is concerned, was the transformation of time into space, which is just what the space of the cathedral is designed to do, the Paris of the High Middle Ages having become a new Holy Land. Louis realized that his private royal chapel of St. Nicholas was not grand enough for the relics he had amassed, and in May 1243, Pope Innocent IV granted privileges for a new chapel to be built. In January 1246, Louis founded a college of canons, whose role it was to keep the relics of the Sainte Chapelle. The Sainte Chapelle was built, and it was consecrated on April 26, 1248, 2 months before Louis's departure for the Middle East and the Seventh Crusade. The building cost £40,000, and the reliquary cost £100,000. Louis IX was a great builder, not only of churches, but of military forts, like the one at Aigues-Mortes, from which he left for the Crusade, and a fort at Haifa in present-day Israel. He built a royal chateau at Tours. He built the Hospice of the 80 for the blind in Paris, the Hôtel Dieu at Pontoise and at Compiègne. He built a student residence near the Palais des Thermes in the 5th arrondissement of Paris. He built the abbeys of Maubuisson and Royaumont. He built a priory at Nogent, and again in Paris, he built a chartreuse for the Chartreuse monks at Vauvert and a béguinage for the Béguin nuns. The Sainte Chapelle was not a public cathedral intended for the masses of faithful, thus its modest size. This is a church that speculates on the elegance of scale and not on the immensity of size. It is not a pilgrimage church to serve the needs of both a permanent congregation and passing pilgrims, thus its lack of ambulatory aisles and radiating chapels. It is not one of the great Gothic structures with wide flying buttresses, but a slim high church built within the confines of the space of a city, appearing from the outside even to be somewhat cramped. The question of the lateral thrust of the high vaults was in fact dealt with at the Sainte Chapelle via a system of internal iron braces passing through the mullions of the windows and piers and coinciding in part with the framework of the windows. The slimness of the structure, which must have made it appear even taller than it was, contributed to the illusion of height, which was evident even in the 15th century in this image of the Sainte-Chapelle contained in the Très riche Heures du Duc de Berry. The view is from afar, what is now on the outskirts of Paris, not far from Saint-Denis, which the Sainte-Chapelle was intended to displace as a Palatine chapel devoted to the cult of Saint Louis and the site of dynastic ceremonies. The Sainte-Chapelle is a private palace chapel designed to serve the needs of the king and his household. It is a double structure consisting of the light upper house of glass and a downstairs chapel for Louis's household retinue, which was not inconsiderable. Louis had 50 to 60 servants at all times, 5 stable squires, 2 smiths, 3 stable boys, cooks in the kitchen, a sauce cook and someone to blow the bellows, a pantler who provided bread, and 2 others in charge of table linen, a carter, ushers, clerks, the chancellery wax warmer, pages, runners, and many others, all of whom prayed downstairs. The upper chapel is a jewel of a structure in which the principle of light and lightness of the walls is carried to an extreme, the masonry serving more as a frame for the windows than as structural support. The Sainte-Chapelle was designed as a giant reliquary box to house the relics that Louis had amassed, and they were formidable, as we can see from this drawing from the 17th century, where we see the crown of thorns, a piece of wood of the lance, a piece of the blade of the lance of Longinus, a purple mantle, a reed, the sponge, handcuffs, the cross of victory, the blood of Christ, some blood that emanated from an image of Christ struck by a non-believer, Christ's childhood clothes, the cloth that Christ used to wash the feet of the apostles, some milk of the Virgin, some hair of the Virgin, her veil, the top of John the Baptist's head, the holy shroud, a holy face, a piece of the stone of the sepulchre. We see as well Moses' staff, not to mention Saint Louis's own head. Louis was canonized in 1297. His head was brought to the Sainte-Chapelle in 1298, as we see in this manuscript illumination from a 15th century missal of the actual ceremony of translation or transfer. In 1306, Louis's head, minus the lower jaw, was placed in a gold reliquary along with 1 rib, which went to Notre Dame, thus consolidating saintliness and monarchy. So, if we follow the logic of relics and reliquaries contained in this 15th century manuscript of the Chronicles of Saint-Denis, Louis, here seen holding a model of the Sainte-Chapelle, would also be holding the reliquary which held his own head. He was another Saint-Denis. Churches are always to some extent reliquaries, since the possession of relics was, as we saw with Saint-Denis and especially with Chartres, the substance of their glory, honor, riches, and prestige. And the reliquary is almost always designed as a miniature church. You will remember the reliquary of Saint Louis. Here are a couple of examples. The first of an Eastern reliquary meant to reproduce the shape of the Eastern domed churches. Here we see a reliquary from Italy designed to hold the head of Saint Galgano. And here a reliquary from the second half of the 13th century, once in the treasury of the Sainte-Chapelle, meant to hold the remains of 3 beheaded saints, Maxien, Lucien, and Julien. This reliquary can be found today in the Museum of the Middle Ages, or the Cluny Museum. And this is the reliquary, the creation of Viollet-le-Duc in the 19th century, which currently houses the crown of thorns. Note the detail which makes the analogy between the crown of thorns, the humiliated kingship of Christ, and the crown of France, with its fleur-de-lis, which Louis holds in his hands. The crown of thorns thus becomes a royal insignia, the Galliae Christi, the helmet of Christ, which crowns the realm. We thus see what you might think of as a great microcosmic imbrication, a housing of smaller things within similar larger ones, a reliquary box shaped like a church inside of the church, which was a giant reliquary, which, in the case of the Sainte-Chapelle, has yet another layer in the reliquary platform, which stands at the far eastern end of the upper chapel in the curve of the apse. This is an enlarged ciborium or baldachin, a canopy or covering supported by columns, freestanding in the sanctuary. It is carried on 8 pillars and vaulted in 3 rectangular bays, again like a little chapel within a chapel, the whole of which is joined to the chapel walls on either side by elegant openwork arches. A wooden spiral staircase on either side leads to the platform above. The principle here of smaller forms within larger ones still, the reliquary box within the reliquary stage within the larger architectural structure, is an embodiment of what you might think of as one of the fundamental mental structures of the age of cathedrals, the microcosmic model of the universe. Man is the microcosm of nature, which is the microcosm of the wider cosmos. It also works as a structural principle to abolish time, or to transform time into space. If smaller things, which have the same form as larger things, can be contained within them in some version of an infinite formal regress, then the smaller historical moment of the present might be contained within the larger drama of Christian history, that is, the Passion. And Louis, by analogy, might participate in the aura of Christ. This is a fundamental principle of Gothic architecture, in which smaller forms are contained within larger ones, as pinnacles, gables, canopies, pointed arches are diminutives of the whole, and it is one of the ways that Gothic architecture is involved in making the history of France part of sacred history. The Sainte-Chapelle represents both the culmination of the first phase of Gothic, or High Gothic, and a new phase known as Radiating Gothic, which is as good a term as any to describe the sense that the arches and vaults have passed beyond the functional stage of building higher, wider, and stronger, and have entered a lighter skeletal decorative phase that will culminate in the 14th and 15th centuries with what is known as flamboyant Gothic. The rayonnant style is associated with the radiating of the tracery of the great rose window we have seen, and the springing of arches that give the appearance of a bundle of lines from a central sheath, the radiating effects caused partially, in the case of the Sainte-Chapelle, by use of elaborate color, as we see in this photo of the upper chapel and in this image of the lower one. The Sainte-Chapelle is distinguished by its high coloring, which is an effect not only of stained glass, which is thinner here than elsewhere, about half as thick as at Chartres, but also of painting on walls and of sculpture, all of which has been restored in the 19th century, according to what remained, and copies and drawings that have been made in the past, except for the west wall, which was painted by August Steinhall, a 19th century artist specializing in medieval reproductions. The whole interior of the chapel of the Sainte-Chapelle is painted. The vault, blue dotted with gold stars, the piers, the wall arcade are also painted. The walls themselves are covered in fleur-de-lis on a Marian blue background. There we see 40 spandrels which decorate the wall arches, which are covered with small figures in quadrifoils. They are surrounded by censoring angels and various scenes of martyrdom. as in this beheading of Saint Denis. The decorative sculpture is extremely varied. Of the 100 capitals in the lower chapel, no two are alike, though they fall into general categories of life-like foliage design, in which flowers and plants are joined to stems which spring from the neck mold, but which is sometimes a spontaneous growth of the bell of the capital. Specialists in bio-art history and botanical specimens have identified the umbellifers and ranunculus, the leaf of the maple, oak, holly, ivy, hawthorn in rows amidst the specimens on top of the columns of the lower chapel. There too we find acorns and grapes, figs, raspberries, and walnuts. Sometimes, too, small animals lurk in the scroll and vine capitals, lizards and tiny birds. All of this cataloging of nature and representation of little sculptures of nature is part of the encyclopedic spirit of collecting natural phenomena in a world which came to value natural philosophy, and in a chapel whose aim, more than any other church we have seen, is a total work of art. Architecture, painting, and decoration, stained glass, and sculpture, all combined. In the upper chapel, we find 12 statues of the apostles standing on piers, their backs against the shafts, a pedestal under their feet, and canopies over their heads, in what may be a theological symbolism of the 12 disciples, who are the spiritual pillars of the church, a metaphor that Abbot Suger used in describing the choir of Saint Denis. St. Peter is on the left of the reliquary, St. Paul on the right. The pier apostles of Sainte-Chapelle are some of the major works of medieval sculpture for their exactness of detail, like that of small statuary, their classical heads, the deeply cut folds of drapery that are found there, are considered among the best that has ever been done. These figures seem to be in motion. Their fine featured faces are full of expression, an expression that is individual, personal, deeply emotional, in contrast to the stylized types of an earlier period. In our next time together, we shall explore the marvelous stained glass windows of the Sainte-Chapelle. Welcome back to the Age of Cathedrals. In our last time together, we traced the building of the Sainte-Chapelle in Paris to house the relics purchased by King Louis IX, the future Saint Louis, along with the sculpture in the lower and upper chapels. Today we shall examine the stained glass of the Sainte-Chapelle, which is a world unto itself. The windows of the Sainte-Chapelle contain one of the most complete ensembles of glass anywhere, covering more than 6,500 square feet, of which 2/3 are the original glass that was put there in the 13th century, and 1/3 was restored in the 19th century. And if the sculptural pier figures of the apostles were, as we saw, meant to represent the spiritual pillars of the New Testament, the program of stained glass in the Sainte-Chapelle represents both a sensual experience and an intellectual lesson in both the Old Testament and the New. Much of the material in the windows of the Sainte-Chapelle is so remote and so complicated that it is difficult, if not impossible, to follow. The narrative sequences in the windows are presented from top to bottom, and the windows are both narrow and high, some 15 meters high. The decoration of some is so complicated that the eye cannot follow the story. For example, the story of Esther and Ahasuerus is told in 129 scenes, which has been described as having a visual verbosity that is overwhelming. So we must assume that the intended effects of the Sainte-Chapelle glass was not only pedagogical, the church is a Bible for those who could not read, but also awe-inspiring and inspirational by its sheer mass. To the uninitiated eye, such large sheets of color, like the pixels of an overly enlarged JPEG image, have a symbolic function. In the Pseudo-Dionysius that we encountered in our study of Saint-Denis, God is compared to light, and the penetration of light into a building can be compared to the visible action of God. In an analogy that would not have surprised Abbot Suger, stained glass is sometimes equated with the glittering mosaics of the Middle East, or with shining jewels. The ways that the pattern must have been developed can be compared to the work of goldsmiths and workers in other metals, and to the work of an enameler or a manuscript illuminator, with the copious use in the period of gold and silver leaf, along with the dyes of the illuminator's inks, some of which contain precious minerals like lapis lazuli or metals. The effects of entering the Sainte-Chapelle has been compared by modern commentators to the Capella Vitrea, the glass chapel, or the enchanted castles of Arthurian legend. In the anonymous 13th century romance, The Quest of the Holy Grail, Arthur's court, seated at the round table, is stunned by a flood of light and the appearance of the relic of relics, the Holy Grail. Suddenly the hall was lit by a sunbeam which shed a radiance through the palace 7 times brighter than had been before. In this moment they were all illumined, as it might be by the grace of the Holy Ghost, and they began to look at one another, uncertain and perplexed. But not one of those present could utter a word, for all had been struck dumb, without respect of person. When they had sat a long time, thus, unable to speak and gazing at one another, like dumb animals, the Holy Grail appeared, covered with a cloth of white samite, and yet no mortal was seen to bear it. It circled the hall along the great tables, and each place was furnished in its wake with the food its occupants desired. Louis IX's Sainte-Chapelle was built to reproduce the radiant effects of a bright palace upon which the grace of the Holy Ghost might descend to astonish the members of the royal court. The cathedral in general, and the Sainte-Chapelle in particular, was designed to offer a foretaste of paradise, which is the effect it had even on contemporaries who saw it. One eyewitness, Jean de Gendun, writing in 1323, described the Sainte-Chapelle as follows: "It excited admiration by the great strength of its construction and the enduring solidity of the materials of which it is built, the refined colors of its paintings, the precious gildings of its statues, the pure transparency of its windows, the mystical powers of its altars, the marvelous ornamentation of its shrines studded with precious stones, give to this house of prayer such a degree of beauty that on entering one would think oneself transported to heaven, and with reason one might imagine oneself taken into one of the most beautiful mansions of paradise." But the Sainte-Chapelle, like the other churches we have studied, is also a Bible for the people, a catechism for illiterates, though it is hard to imagine, unlike Saint-Denis, Notre-Dame, or Chartres, that the people, or even bourgeois people, ever entered it. In the program of windows, we find in the apse an unfolding of the New Testament, which dominates the east end of the apse, just as the Old Testament dominates the north and south walls of the nave. In this way, the Passion, which stands over the altar in the direction of the Middle East, is surrounded by a vast historical commentary, which situates the redemption as the centerpiece in the history of the world. In the Sainte-Chapelle, we are surrounded by the Bible, and it has even been suggested that the pattern of some of the windows conforms to the manuscript illuminations founded in what were known as moralized Bibles, some of which were to be found in Paris in the 13th century. These moralized Bibles contained commentary, which has been compared to the detail with which some of the windows of the Sainte-Chapelle illuminate biblical history. For example, the episode of the golden calf from the book of Exodus fills 6 panels. 40 scenes are devoted to the heroine Judith. 124 panels are devoted to Queen Esther. Here we see the upper part of the Passion window, depicting scenes after the crucifixion. Moving from bottom to top, we find holy women at the tomb, the descent of Christ to limbo, the appearance of the risen Christ to Mary Magdalene. And here we see Mary Magdalene with 2 apostles, possibly announcing the resurrection to them. Here we see in the Sainte-Chapelle Passion window Jesus' meeting with the disciples on the way to Emmaus. And finally, we see Jesus at Emmaus, which he is recognized by the disciples, a group of angels and a series of seated apostles. The Passion window is framed on either side by lancet windows depicting on the left scenes from the childhood of Christ and from the life of St. John the Evangelist, the prophet of the Apocalypse and the prophet of the Second Coming. To the right of the Passion window stands a double lancet, the left part of which depicts the life of St. John the Baptist, and the right scenes from the book of Daniel, containing among its panels this detail of Daniel in the lion's den. The king who has condemned Daniel raises his hand against him, while Daniel sits peacefully on the lion's head. Here we see a detail from the John the Baptist window, showing Salome dancing, and below, Salome standing holding a plate to receive John the Baptist's head, which is about to fall. The treasury of Sainte-Chapelle once held the occipital bone of the skull of John the Baptist, the last of the prophets, the precursor. To the left of the evangelist's window, on the northeast part of the apse, we find another double lancet, whose right-hand panels contain a tree of Jesse, like the one we have seen at Saint-Denis and Chartres. Here's a detail from the Jesse window. The left-hand section of the lancet is devoted to the prophecies of Isaiah, prophet of the Incarnation, when he prophesies that a rod will grow out of the line of Jesse. And here we see the scene of the angel's annunciation to Isaiah that a virgin will conceive, from Isaiah 7:14. And here a detail of one of the panels of the Isaiah window, showing the prophet warning against idols. The sign he is pointing to says Mahomet, Mohammed, which is not a neutral detail in a chapel window built on the eve of the 7th Crusade. On the right of the Baptist Daniel window are the stories of Ezekiel and Jeremiah, one of which is this detail of Ezekiel, which is interesting for us because it shows not only Ezekiel's wheel from his vision, but an early version of the tetramorph, which we have seen on the tympanum of the central door of the royal portal at Chartres, and on the glass of the Chartres West Rose. Mark the lion, Luke the ox, John the eagle, Matthew the man. Thus the prophets of the redemption are placed close to the Passion, as what is known as the prophetic cycle makes the transition from the Old Testament to the New, and from the windows of the New Testament to the Old, which surround them on either side of the nave. Beginning at the beginning of the Old Testament cycle, on the left as one enters the Sainte-Chapelle, is the Genesis window. Here we see Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. The fall of man lies on the far west side of the chapel, a sin that will be redeemed on the far east side. The west associated with the setting of the sun, the fall, and the east with the rising of the sun, redemption and life. The Genesis window also contains a number of panels devoted to the story of Joseph's contention with his brothers, his exile in Egypt, Pharaoh's dream, and Joseph's eventual reunion with his family. Here we see Pharaoh's dream of 7 fat cows and 7 lean cows, which Joseph interprets, as well as Joseph's meeting with his brother Benjamin. And, focusing upon the details, here we see Joseph's family arriving in Egypt and Joseph's subsequent marriage. Moving east along the north side of the nave, we find a cycle devoted to the book of Exodus. Here a double panel which depicts Moses, identified by his horns, by reason of rays of light emanating from his head when he descended from the mountain. Here in the upper lozenge, Moses complains to God, and in the lower part we see the lamps of the tabernacle. The Exodus window also contains an image of Moses before a crowd, and Moses holding the rod with which he has struck the rock in the desert in order to yield water. What is interesting here is that, as in the case of the New Testament relic of the crown of thorns and its reliquary depicted in stained glass, and the actual object in its case contained in the chapel, the Exodus panel shows God bestowing a rod or scepter upon Moses from Exodus 4:17. This glass panel depicts the rod that is part of the treasury of the Sainte-Chapelle, which means that light passing through the glass of the rod in the window might fall upon the actual object that it depicts. Such a coincidence of the thing and its representation is a demonstration of what Augustine considered to be the essence of the sacrament, a fusion of the sign with the thing it signifies. In the case of language, a fusion of a word with its meaning, a return, in Augustine's phrase, of the Son to the Father, or of the Word, Christ as the Word, to the one and only signifier, God. For some, Louis, such moments of fusion, again, abolished time. They allow the rod of the 13th century to participate in the aura of the Old Testament rod of Moses. Moses as the redeemer of the Jewish people and the prototype of Jesus. One cannot do any better than that in terms of getting back to the authenticity of sources in a world in which longevity is the guarantee of legitimacy. The Old Testament books of Numbers and Deuteronomy occupied the third window on the north side of the nave, and the book of Joshua, Moses' successor, the fourth. Here we see a group of men bowing before an idol, the king of Jericho looking for spies sent by Joshua, and a combat scene. And here Joshua, crowned in his tent, speaking to people. God, armed with a sword, bestows it upon Joshua. And here is Joshua warring against Amorite kings who flee on horseback. Finally, in this extraordinarily detailed panel, we witness the walls of Jericho falling under Joshua's trumpet. The series of windows on the north side ends with the book of Judges, the first bay of the apse. On the south side, the first window, immediately to the right, as one enters the Sainte-Chapelle, we find the window of relics, which recounts in glass their history, from discovery by Saint Helena in Constantinople to their translation to Paris. These windows are King Louis's signature piece, as they show him either carrying the relics or worshiping them. And Louis, as we see in this 14th century life of Saint Louis by Guillaume de Saint-Patus, was a worshipper of relics, as opposed, as we saw in the Isaiah window, to the worship of idols. The second nave window contains stories from the first and second book of Kings, the third from the book of Esther, as we see in this detail of Esther, who requests of King Ahasuerus a banquet with the villain Haman from the book of Esther 5:6-8. Now it came to pass on the third day that Esther put on her royal apparel and stood in the inner court of the king's house, over against the king's house. And the king sat upon his royal throne in the royal house, over against the gate of the house. And it was so, when the king saw Esther, the queen, standing in the court, that she obtained favor in his sight. And the king held out to Esther the golden scepter that was in his hand. So Esther drew near and touched the top of the scepter. Then the king unto her, What wilt thou, Queen Esther? And what is thy request? It shall be even given thee to the half of the kingdom. And Esther answered, If it seem good unto the king, let the king and Haman come this day unto the banquet that I have prepared for him. Then the king said, Cause Haman to make haste, that he may do as Esther hath said. So the king and Haman came to the banquet that Esther had prepared. And the king said unto Esther at the banquet of wine, What is thy petition? And it shall be granted thee. And what is thy request? Even to the half of the kingdom it shall be performed. Then answered Esther and said, My petition and my request is, if I have found favor in the sight of the king, and if it please the king to grant my petition and to perform my request, let the king and Haman come to the banquet that I shall prepare for them, and I will do tomorrow as the king hath said. Now moving east along the south wall of the nave, we find a double lancet with the stories of Judith, who is here seen slaying Holofernes, the general sent into the land of Judah by the Assyrian king Nebuchadnezzar. To the right of the book of Judith, we find that of Job, who is seen here having his head shaved by his servant as a sign of his sorrow. Tobias ends this series in the far right-hand lancet of the first window of the south side of the apse. Here, too, the book of Kings is illustrated by David and Solomon in the upper tracery. As you can see, the windows of the Sainte-Chapelle are dominated by the Passion, leading as they do to the Passion window, and by the theme of coronation, the coronation of Christ being part of the Passion cycle. In the window of the book of Numbers, Moses' designation of the leaders and tribes of Israel inspires 20 successive scenes of coronation. Moses and his brother Aaron are shown as kings. Joshua is crowned. In the book of Judges window, Gideon appears as a king, contrary to biblical fact. We find the story of King David, and Queen Esther is crowned by Ahasuerus. All this crowning is, of course, wrapped in the central function of the Sainte-Chapelle, the housing of the crown of thorns, which calques upon the crown of France, making France and French royalty the heirs to the biblical kings. The western wall of the Sainte-Chapelle is dominated by a rose window under which one enters, and which displays figures from St. John's Book of Revelation. This window does not contain original glass from the 13th century, but is a fine example of late 15th century stained glass. The tonality of color is completely different. In the place of strong reds and blues we find in the apse and nave, the west window displays pale blues and off-whites, luminous bright yellows. Its flamboyant tracery also contrasts with the more precise and geometric composition of the other windows. In our next time together, we shall explore the life of the man responsible for the Sainte-Chapelle, Louis IX, or Saint Louis. Welcome back to the Age of Cathedrals. In our last times together, we looked at the ways in which Saint Louis' assembling of relics to be housed in the Sainte-Chapelle transformed the king's chapel into a new temple on the mount, making of 13th century Paris a new Jerusalem. Louis' elaborate reliquary to house the Passion relics was a new Ark of the Covenant, the guarantee of the king's covenant with the new chosen people, the French. We also saw how beautifully and elaborately King Louis surrounded himself with stained glass and sculpture, illustrating not only scenes from the Old and New Testaments, but he surrounded himself with a visual set of windows, illustrating how he managed to amass such a large collection of holy objects and bring them to France. We are extremely lucky to possess a record, in fact several records of the life of the Saint King, most notably the life of Saint Louis by Jean de Joinville, chief steward of the Duchy of Champagne, under the poet Duke Thibaut IV of Champagne. Joinville's life of Saint Louis is an example of a particular type of medieval literature, the life of a saint written in the context of a saint's canonization, a life like Thomas Celano's life of the Blessed Francis, written in 1228 at the time of St. Francis of Assisi's elevation to sainthood. This is not the kind of self-justifying or semi-confessional life that we saw in Abelard's History of My Misfortunes, but a work meant to demonstrate the saint's or potential saint's virtue, to illustrate his or her deeds and connection to miracles, which are the proof of sanctity, often in the particular context of a papal inquiry, which itself might be the result of worldly pressure at the highest level. We see signs of this in Joinville's paragraph 760. Afterwards, Joinville writes, through the efforts of the King of France, Philip III, and at the command of the Pope, the Archbishop of Rouen and Brother John of Samois, who later became a bishop, came to Saint-Denis in France and stayed there a long while in order to inquire into the life, works, and miracles of the Holy King. I was summoned to go with them, and they kept me for 2 days. After having heard testimony from me and from others, their findings were taken to the papal court at Rome. The Pope and the cardinals examined this evidence carefully, and on the basis of what they saw, they did the king justice and placed him among the number of confessors. The image we see here is from another life of Saint Louis, the official inquiry into his worthiness for sainthood by a Franciscan who claims to have been the confessor of Louis's wife, Marguerite of Provence, as well as of his daughter, Blanche, whom you will remember was born while Louis and Marguerite were in the Middle East. This man's name was Guillaume de Saint-Patus, who wrote, here we see Philip, King of France, son of King Louis, the second born, who governed the realm. Then Charles, King of Sicily, the brother of the blessed Saint Louis. Then the Honorable Father Nicole, the Bishop of Évreux, who was 53 years old, or thereabouts. Then the Honorable Father Robert, the Bishop of Senlis, 58 years old, or thereabouts. Monseigneur Mahy, the Abbey of Saint-Denis in France, 60 years old, or thereabouts. And Brother Adam of Saint-Lieu, the Abbey of Royaumont of the Order of Citeaux in the Diocese of Beauvais, about 68 years old, or thereabouts. Here end the names of the witnesses who were sworn about the life of Sir Saint Louis. The inquiry concerning Louis's worthiness to be a saint dominates Joinville's narrative, especially in his insistence upon how he knows what he knows, the importance of eye-witnessing, and this from the very start in paragraph 3. I was not there when he died, Joinville writes, but Count Peter of Alençon, his son, who loved me very much, was there, and he reported to me the fitting end the king made, as you will find written at the end of this book. We find in Joinville's Life of Saint Louis an oft-repeated phrase, I was there and bear witness that it was the most elegantly appointed court I have ever seen, or apropos of the king's court at Saumur. Joinville uses a detail as a guarantee of authenticity. He notes, for example, the particulars of dress or experience. I stood before him, Joinville writes, to carve his meat. Or, when the meat comes out the other end, we are treated to a description of the effects of camp disease or diarrhea on Louis's bowels. He fainted several times that evening, and because of his severe diarrhea, he went down to the latrine so often that it was necessary to cut the seat from his breeches. I do not want to say or include in my book, writes Joinville, anything of which I am not certain. My subject is our saintly king and nothing else. Here we find a curious conjunction between the contiguous contact with the saint's body via relics and the legitimacy of a historical account, either via eyewitnessing firsthand or via a reliable communication of such an eyewitnessing. You will note throughout Joinville's book how insistent he is about having actually been there. The beginning of chapter 1 has the air of sworn testimony. In the name of God Almighty, I, John of Joinville, Seneschal or Steward of Champagne, am dictating the life of our saintly King Louis. What I saw and heard during the 6 years I was in his company on the pilgrimage overseas and after our return. Of the difference between a confessor saint and a martyr saint frames Joinville's hagiographic biography, for we have already seen in paragraph 5 that Louis came out of the process of canonization classified only as a confessor and not as a martyr. A confessor is someone who is worthy of being a saint, and a martyr is someone who not only is worthy, but who died because of his or her worthiness, who died in the service of the cause. The distinction takes us back to the early days of the persecution of Christians, when Christianity was a cult and not, as it would become in the early 4th century, the official religion of state. Joinville's claim is that Louis did not receive his due. And it seemed to me, he writes, that he was not adequately recognized when they failed to set him among the number of the martyrs, considering the great suffering he endured on the pilgrimage of the cross over the course of the 6 years I was in his company, and especially because he followed our Lord as far as the cross. For if God died on the cross, so did he, for he was signed with the cross when he died at Tunis. Now there is no doubt that Louis loved the cross. Here is an image, again from Guillaume de Saint-Patus' Life of Saint Louis, with such a demonstration. But Joinville, writing at the instigation of Joan of Navarre, Countess of Champagne and wife of Louis's grandson Philip IV of France, wants more. Joinville's Life of Saint Louis is a demonstration that Louis was not only a confessor but a martyr, that he not only was good, but that he was brave, and his bravery cost him his life. Note that the part that Joinville has actually witnessed is not a cushy life at court, but the expedition of crusade, capture and imprisonment, suffering and eventually re-enlistment as the ultimate sign of Louis's unswerving dedication through his crusade and fighting in the Middle East. We have seen in the bringing of the instruments of Christ's Passion to France, the Holy Sponge, the Lance of Longinus, pieces of the True Cross, but especially the Crown of Thorns, we have seen that Louis associated himself, and indeed all of France, with the suffering and humiliated Christ. So too, he seeks to suffer, even in the translation of the relics between Sens and Paris, by walking barefoot. Louis exhibited sanctity. Louis exhibited sanctity in holy words and teaching. First of all, the king is someone who keeps his word, as we read in paragraph 21. The saintly king so loved honesty that he would not even lie to the Saracens regarding an agreement he had made with them. Joinville refers to the bargaining that took place around the release of Louis's brother from captivity. The members of the king's council, writes Joinville, who had prepared the payment, came to him when this was done and told him that the Saracens did not want to release his brother until they had the money in their hands. Some of those counselors advised the king against delivering the ransom to the Saracens until he had his brother back. The king replied that he would deliver it to them because he had an agreement with them, and the Saracens would keep their side of the agreement if they thought it was the right thing to do. Then my lord Philip of Nemours told the king that they had cheated the Saracens by one measure of 10,000 pounds. The king was very angry and said he wanted us to return the 10,000 pounds to the Saracens, because he had promised to pay them 200,000 pounds before he left the river. Among his virtues, Louis is temperate in his speech and in his dress. He said that a man should dress and arm himself in such a way that the prud'homme or courageous men of this world might not say that he was making too much of himself, while young men might not say that he was making too little. In his eating habits, Louis was moderate, and in what he drank. He added water to his wine, Joinville tells us, in accordance with what he saw the wine could stand. Louis practiced moderation and reminds us that both moderation and modesty have the same Latin root, modus, meaning measure, limit, regulation. His modesty is a corollary of the Christian value of humility in imitation of that of Christ. He asked me, writes Joinville, whether I washed the feet of the poor on Maundy Thursday. My lord, I said, I would never on any account wash the feet of those wretches. Indeed, he said, that was the wrong thing to say, for you should not hold in disdain that which God did for our instruction. And so I beg you, for the love of God above all, but also for the love of me, to become accustomed to washing their feet. The ideal of the modest man, or the man whose modesty makes him great, comes into being in the 12th century and in the 13th century in the category of the prud'homme, this term used over and over in the life of Saint Louis, to refer to a man who is both brave and wise, and who corresponds to what will become in the Renaissance the courtier, or in the English 19th century, the gentleman. Louis, it must be said, is someone who believes in the power of words, in discussion, debate, before making a decision or setting policy, except, of course, as we saw, if one is Jewish. Joinville recounts the episode of the debate between clerics and Jews at the monastery of Cluny, where the overly literal Jew who does not believe that the Virgin Mary was a virgin is dealt with summarily. And I would have you know, said the king, that no man, unless he is a skilled theologian, should debate with Jews. Instead, when a layman hears the Christian law slandered, he should defend it only with his sword, which he should thrust right into the offender's guts as far as it will go. Now, Louis was no friend of the Jews, and he periodically confiscated their property, exiled them, then permitted them to return in order to be able to repeat the process. But this passage tells us something different, that he believed that theological debates should be conducted by competent theologians. And it could also be considered support for the university, whose College of the Sorbonne was founded in 1257 under Louis's reign. We know that Louis could read, as we see in the reading lesson in the presence of his mother Blanche. We know that he valued reading throughout his life, and we know that he featured himself even as something of a teacher. Louis was a peacemaker, arranging as he did peace among his barons, those of Brittany, Navarre, Champagne, as between the countries of France and England, often sealing the peace, as was the medieval custom, with a marriage between the children of warring families. Joinville tells us that as a result of the saintly king's negotiations, the King of England and his wife and children came to France to conclude a peace between the two kingdoms. When the king's counselors express opposition to Louis's concessions, he replies, "My lords, I am sure that the King of England's ancestors were justly deprived of the territories I hold. The lands I'm handing over to him are not being given because I have any obligation to him or his heirs, but in order to foster love between his children and mine, who are first cousins." Louis was known, above all, as an advocate of justice. The old feudal judicial procedure of trial by combat that we saw in the Song of Roland was outlawed during Louis's reign and substituted for the old Deo Judicium, or judgment of God. We find the procedure of inquest, the collection of the material facts surrounding a cause, its organization into a file or dossier, and debate between plaintiff and defendant in a court which might include at its highest level the Parliament of Paris, the place where one speaks, the French word for speaking being parler, instead of fighting. But Louis is also known for his accessibility and his fairness. Witness the famous sessions associated with his person, perhaps more than any other image, that is to say, justice rendered under the oak tree at Vincennes. Joinville notes that during the summer, Louis often went and sat in the woods at Vincennes after Mass. He would lean against an oak tree and have us sit down around him. All those who had matters to be dealt with came and talked to him without the interference of the ushers or anyone else. He himself would ask, "Is there anyone here with a case to settle?" Louis's return from the Crusades is marked by a general judicial reform. "We, Louis, by God's grace, King of France," writes Joinville, "ordained that all our bailiffs, viscounts, provosts, mayors, and all others, in whatever office they may hold, must swear that for as long as they hold an office or the statute of bailiff, they will deal fairly with all people without exception, the poor as well as the rich, strangers as well as friends, and that they will maintain the usages and customs that are good and proven." The principle of fairness characterizes Joinville's life of Saint Louis, and justice accompanies Louis even on his deathbed, as he urged his son, above all, to rule as a just sovereign. "Uphold the good customs of your kingdom and abolish the bad," he advises. "You must uphold justice and be fair to your subjects. You should be trustworthy and firm, not turning to the right or the left. Follow the straight path and support the side of the poor until such time as the truth is revealed." Louis's laws, known as the Establishments of Saint Louis, were collected shortly after his death and represent one of the first systematic attempts to rationalize statutes in the mode of the old Roman codex, like that of Justinian. This is the advice passed on from Louis's mother, Blanche of Castile, to her son. Blanche told Louis that she would rather he were dead than he would commit a mortal sin. Indeed, Louis distinguished himself in deeds as well as in words. First, by what you might consider to be his specifically Christian deeds, and first among these, charity, He was known as a friend of the poor and of the disadvantaged, distributing alms, foods, endowing institutions from a student residence and various abbeys and priories to the 80 known as the Catedrales for the blind. In our next time together, we shall examine Louis's staging of his own sainthood while he was alive and the transformation of his body into relics after his death. Welcome back to the Age of Cathedrals. In our last time together, we examined some of the justifications put forth in Jean Joinville's Life of Saint Louis for the French king's status as a saint and holy martyr. Joinville insists upon Louis's bravery in suffering for the Christian cause, his moderation, his love of justice and of peace. Today we shall examine Louis's own role in becoming a saint, and the curious case of the transformation of his body into relics with miraculous powers of healing after his death. Joinville, Louis's principal biographer, emphasizes the king's piety. Louis was, of course, always praying, and he celebrated the liturgical offices of the day. He periodically visited the monasteries of the realm. He even prayed on horseback, as on his way there and back. And though Louis brought his wife Marguerite on crusade with him, and they had at least 3 of their 13 children while abroad, Louis was alleged by another biographer, William of Saint Patus, to have practiced abstinence. In Joinville's account, Louis seems only to abstain, however, from talking about his wife and children. I am telling you these things, writes Joinville, because I had already spent 5 years with him, and never yet had I heard him speak about the queen or the children, to me or to anyone else. And it seems to me that this conduct was not becoming, to be so distant from his wife and his children. William of Saint Patus recounts how Louis and Margaret managed to meet each other in the royal palace at Pontoise, despite the surveillance, the close surveillance, of Louis's mother, Blanche of Castile. The harshness of the queen, writes William, toward Queen Margaret, was such that Queen Blanche had used all her powers to prevent her son being in his wife's company, except in the evening when he went to bed with her. The residence that both the king and Queen Margaret most liked to stay at was at Pontoise, because there the king's chamber was on an upper floor, with the queen's chamber directly below. They'd arranged things so that they would hold their conversations in a spiral staircase that led from one chamber to the other. And they had organized it so that when the ushers saw Queen Blanche coming to her son, the king's chamber, they would knock on the floor with their staffs, and the king would run to his chamber to ensure that his mother would find him there. The ushers outside Queen Margaret's chamber did the same thing when Queen Blanche was approaching, so that she would find Queen Margaret there. Louis IX was extraordinarily dedicated to the church. He demonstrated this by bringing relics from the Middle East to France, but even more so by his participation in crusade, which comes as a result of a miraculous cure of a mortal illness. It was when Louis is taken so deathly ill that one of the women attending him wanted to draw the sheet over his face, that he asked for someone, writes Joinville, to give him the cross, and they did. This taking of the cross, which signifies a commitment to crusade, is contagious. After he had taken the cross, writes his biographer, so did the king's 3 brothers, Robert, Count of Artois, Alphonse, Count of Poitiers, and Charles, Count of Anjou, who later became the King of Sicily. Louis was brave. After his father's death, he faced up to a coalition of rebellious barons. He was only 12 at the time of his coronation, and some of the most powerful barons of the realm conspired to make Philip Urepel, half-brother of Louis's father, Louis VIII, King of France. But they had not reckoned with his mother, the formidable Blanche of Castile. An assembly of barons gathered at Corbeil. They agreed that the Count of Brittany, Peter Mauclair, whose image we encountered below the south rose of Chartres Cathedral, should lead the rebellion. To see, writes Joinville, whether the Count could get the better of the Queen, who, as you have heard, was a foreigner. And they had not reckoned with divine intervention as well. God's help, as Joinville phrases it, in the person of Joinville's lord Thibaut of Champagne, who later became King of Navarre, arrived with 300 knights to save the day. As a matter of principle, the king went into battle with his men, as we see in the landing of the Crusaders at Damietta in the Middle East. To our right, writes Joinville, a good crossbow shot length away, the galley carrying the standard of Saint-Denis landed. When they had come ashore, one Saracen charged into their midst, even because he could not hold his horse or because he thought the rest of his companions would follow him. But he was cut all to pieces. When the king got word that the standard of Saint-Denis had landed, he strode quickly across the deck of his boat, and undeterred by the objections of his companion, the legate, he leapt into the sea, where the water came up to his armpits. He went with his shield at his neck, his helmet on his head, and his lance in his hand, to join his men who were on the shore. When he came to land and saw the Saracens, he asked what people these were, and was told that they were Saracens. He set his lance under his arm and his shield in front of him, and would have charged at the Saracens if the prud'hommes who were with him had allowed it. The Battle of Al-Mansura, an attempt to move from the west, from Egypt, upon Jerusalem, which had been lost for the second time in 1244, was one of the great defeats for the French army. It was there that the king's brother, Robert of Artois, was killed, and the Knights Templar were annihilated. The king, however, acted like a hero from one of the old French epics, like a hero from the Song of Roland. In Joinville's telling of it, the Lord of Courtenay and my Lord John of Seignelay recounted to me how 6 Turks came and took the king by the bridle and were leading him away captive, when he single-handedly freed himself with the great sword blows he gave them. There is, in fact, a hint of the deeds of the battlefield being turned into poetry in the remark of the Count of Soissons. While we were there, the good Count of Soissons, writes Joinville, joked with me and said, "Seneschal, let the pack of hounds howl, for by God's coif," this was the oath we most often swore, "we'll talk this day again, you and I, in the ladies' chamber." It was in the aftermath of the Battle of Al-Mansura and of the disease that set in the French camp that Louis was taken prisoner through the clever strategy of the Mamelukes, slaves who became Egyptian soldiers and who took control of the Egyptian forces to block the retreat of the French along the Nile Valley. Louis eventually negotiated his and his men's release. As soon as the Saracens had sworn, the king promised the emirs that he would willingly pay the 500,000 pounds for the deliverance of his people, and he would return Damietta to secure his own release, since a man of his rank should not buy his freedom with money. Louis was loyal. He not only kept his oaths, and those he swore, but he showed a steadfastness to the cause, especially the cause of crusade, that is truly remarkable. Once released from prison, he had done his duty and was free, morally, to return to France. The matter, in fact, was debated at royal council. Joinville writes, "This is what he, my Lord Guy Mauvoisin, told the king. My lord, your brothers and the great men here have considered your situation and have concluded that for your own honor and that of your kingdom, you cannot remain in this country. Out of all the knights who came in your company, you brought 2,800 to Cyprus. Not 100 remain in this city. So they advise you, my lord, to go to France and raise men and money with which you might speedily return to this country in order to avenge yourself on the enemies of God who held you in their prison. Louis, however, went against the wishes of his counselors and decided to stay as long as his men were there. I have considered, he said, what the barons of this land are saying, that if I leave the kingdom of Jerusalem, it will be lost, since no one will dare to stay there after I have gone. And so I have determined that I will not for any price leave the kingdom of Jerusalem to be lost, since I came to conquer and defend it. My decision is to stay for the time being. Self-sacrifice. One of Joinville's goals in writing the biography of Louis was to present Louis not as a confessor but as a martyr, which required demonstrating that he actually suffered. It cannot be argued that the king actually died struggling for his faith, given the circumstances of his death in Tunis on his way to the Eighth Crusade. He was, however, at least willing to die for his faith, to sacrifice himself as Christ had. The incidents of Louis's risk are laid out right from the beginning. The first instance in which he put his life in mortal peril, we read in Joinville, was as we arrived in Damietta. Not listening to his counselors, Louis, as we have seen, leapt into the sea fully armed and was among the first to reach land. The second occasion in which he put his life in mortal peril was as he left Al-Mansura to go to Damietta, and again, disregarding the advice of his counselors, stayed with his men rather than mounting in a galley, which would have been safer, and this despite his weakened condition from the camp sickness or diarrhea. The third occasion, which he put his life in mortal peril, was when he remained in the Holy Land for 4 years after his brother's departure. The fourth instance in which he put his life in mortal peril was as we were returning from overseas and were off the island of Cyprus, writes Joinville, where our ship struck bottom so violently that the sandbank we hit tore away 18 feet of the keel on which our ship was built. Again, Louis chose to stay with his men, arguing that if he abandoned ship, no one will stay. Joinville's list of Louis's riskings of his life are intended, of course, to show how he suffered. And the Seventh Crusade, after the initial capture of Damietta, was 6 long years of suffering and defeat. Why, you may ask, did Louis choose to undergo such an ordeal? First, you might think of Louis's time in the Middle East in terms of a search for authentic experience. He had amassed in France the largest collection of relics anywhere, and the urge to possess all the relics was strong. But like any drive for wholeness, it is insatiable, and even if Louis had them all, he would still have wanted more. In fact, he does want more. One could argue that since the body of Christ, the ultimate relic, was not to be had, all the other relics were mere substitutes and would always be partial, engendering the desire for more relics to complete the series. Louis ventured to the Middle East in a search for authenticity. Like the epic hero Roland, for example, who died fighting the Saracen foe, King Louis wanted to experience firsthand, in his body, what the relics could only stand for at a distance and symbolically. Relics may have worked in France to abolish time or to transform time into space, but in traveling to the actual site of the Passion, Jerusalem, one might experience the New Testament firsthand. This is the truth of Louis's embrace of suffering, which, undergone in the place itself, abolished both time and space. After all, Louis had the possibility of bathing in the river Jordan, the site of the baptism of all baptisms, the baptism of Christ by John the Baptist. A spring called Jor issues forth in the city, writes Joinville, while another very fine spring called Dan issues forth on the plains outside it. When the streams from these two springs meet, they are called the river Jordan, in which God was baptized. Is a positioning of the king as saint and martyr, and though it is hard to separate the account from the life, Louis's life seemed nothing if not a staging of sainthood in which every word and deed points to his probity, his piety, devotion, courage, and self-sacrifice. It is not an exaggeration to say that Louis wanted nothing so much as to be a saint. A great collector of relics who found the amassing of fragments not quite enough, Louis wanted to obscure the distance between himself and the saints, between sacred history and contemporary history. He sought fusion with the relics. Louis wanted to be a relic, which is exactly what happened. After his death, Louis's innards were removed and taken by his brother Charles to Sicily. The flesh was boiled off his bones, which were transferred to Saint-Denis, where they resided with his heart, until Louis's head and some of his bones were transferred to the Sainte-Chapelle in 1306, and at least his jawbone ended up in the treasury of Notre Dame in Paris. Soon after he died, Louis's body began to perform miracles, each of which is the story of a cure or of a life saved. And I'll give only a few examples. The first of which is the curious case of Emilot of Chaumont, a 28-year-old woman who came with two companions to the town of Saint-Denis, where she took lodging at the house of Emmeline La Charonne on a Sunday. On Monday, she did all the tasks that healthy women do, fetching water, bread, making beds, but on Tuesday night, around midnight, she was struck in the right thigh, leg, and foot by an ailment which prevented her from walking. This is all recounted in William of Saint Patu's Life of Saint Louis. One of the women with whom Emilot came to Saint-Denis, and her host, Emmeline, began to touch the afflicted leg, which was redder than the other one and had no sensation. They tried poking the leg with a needle and placing her foot in the fireplace, with the same result. Emilot begs to be taken to the tomb of Saint Louis, whose help she has invoked, promising to go on a pilgrimage for him, only to eat once a day if she is cured. Emilot's friends put her on a stretcher and carry her to the church in front of Saint Louis's tomb. She returns to her host's house on crutches, dragging her leg and foot behind her. Emilot kept returning to the tomb of Saint Louis until one Holy Sunday of the Passion, she was finally cured. Emilot, in fulfillment of her vow, made a pilgrimage to Boulogne-sur-Mer, then returned to Saint-Denis, where she worked as a domestic servant until her death. In another miracle recounted by William of Saint Patu's, Jenny, daughter of Alice, born in Fresnes, in the diocese of Thérouanne, who lived in Paris in the parish of Saint-Jean-en-Grève, was 3 years old, and she was healthy as could be. But one morning, when this healthy child got out of bed, she found on the right part of her cheek below her ear a swelling as big as a hen's egg, and the sickness began to spread and to extend itself under her chin and over to the other ear, so that within the space of a year the whole area was swollen and purple up to her collar, in such a way that her neck was as large as her head. And the skin in the affected area was irritated and hard, and was not red but as white as the rest of her. And because she could not turn her neck if she did not turn her shoulders, even her head, the said child could hear nothing. Alice, her mother, took little Jenny to see the king in Paris. But the king's touch, the famous king's curing touch, did not cure the affliction, which lasted for another year. The parents had heard of miracles at the tomb of Saint Louis at Saint-Denis, and vowed to take their daughter there. In fact, they left her there with a nurse who took her to visit Saint Louis' bones every day. And when the next Tuesday came around, when the said child there was in front of the aforementioned tomb with the said Ermengarde, the child burst on her left side and spit out great filth. And when on the following Wednesday, when they said Alice, mother of the said child, came to Saint Denis to see her daughter, she found the said child in front of the tomb, and they said that Jenny's wen had burst. When the inquisitors and notaries made their examination of the miracle, they looked closely at the said Jenny and saw that she was indeed cured, and it seemed to be that was for a long time. And there appeared nonetheless 5 traces of scars from one ear to the other in the aforementioned places, fully healed, and as if the signs of an old sickness. And another miracle recounted by William of Saint-Patus, Gilles de Saint-Denis, daughter of Girard Dlou, bourgeois of Saint-Denis, and a butcher, was married at the age of 15 to Estienne Philippe, a butcher and bourgeois of Saint-Denis. In the month of June of the same year, the day after the feast of the Blessed Mary Magdalene, that same Gilles was pregnant, such that she brought forth within the year a stillborn daughter. While in labor, Gilles noticed that she felt weak in the knees, and when the neighbors began to examine her, they noticed that her feet were all black and blue and lifeless, and that she could not stand on her haunches or on her feet, and that she had lost all sensation below the navel. They tried pulling her toenails, holding candles and burning coal to her feet, but Gilles felt nothing. Gilles remained incapacitated for a year and a half, until one day, the day itself when the bones of Blessed Saint Louis were carried to the church of Saint Denis, she heard that those who had scrofula on their chin were cured by touching the holy box. And a man born at Saint Denis, who could not see before that, had recovered his sight. That very day Gilles vowed that if Saint Louis cured her affliction, she would attend the Mass on his birthday every year. She would do nothing else on that day, and she would be his pilgrim. Gilles visited Louis's tomb, touched it with her paralyzed members, kissed the holy box and tomb, lay before it many days, and prayed. At the end of 10 days, she felt the force returning to her legs and was able to stand up. For 3 days, she walked with the aid of a crutch, and on the 4th, she was able to walk unaided. And, William of Saint-Patus tells us, she was still walking when the inquest of this miracle was made, that is to say, in the month of May, 1282. I could go on to recount each of the 65 miracles of Saint Louis, which bear a certain family resemblance. The thing to bear in mind, however, is that this man who collected relics himself became a relic, and the miracles worked by his bones may seem to us like the stuff of legend or fairy tale, but they were the objects of a serious canonical and judicial inquiry and were believed to be true and real by the vast majority of the population of 13th century France. Such belief endowed the bones of the saint with an aura that will, at the time of the Renaissance, with its loss of faith and rationalist deflation of miracles, will be absorbed into the work of art, which survived on the manuscript page and in the multimedia of architecture, sculpture, stained glass, and painting of the Sainte-Chapelle. The loss of faith in miracles will, of course, culminate in the democratic revolutions of the 18th century, when the cathedrals were pillaged and their relics and statues either destroyed or scattered. In our next and final time together, we shall examine the restoration of cathedrals after the damage brought by the Revolution and after decades of neglect in the first half of the 19th century. This, too, is part of what you might think of as the contemporary age of cathedrals, which brought them to the state in which we can still see them today. Welcome back to the Age of Cathedrals. In our last time together, we discussed the transformation of King Louis IX of France, who built the Sainte-Chapelle in Paris to house relics, into a saint whose own body yielded relics with the power to cause miracles, especially miraculous cures of the sick and lame. Today, in our last time together, we shall explore the history of cathedrals from their original state in the High Middle Ages until the current era. The history of Gothic cathedrals since their construction in the High Middle Ages, for the most part in the 12th and 13th centuries, is a story of destruction by men and by nature and restoration. The great moment of human destruction occurred in the aftermath of the French Revolution of 1789 as a result of the association of the Church with the kings of the Ancien Régime. The first cathedral, Saint-Denis, was, it will be remembered, the traditional burial place of the French monarchy, and its burial vaults were ransacked in 1793. The jam statues on either side of the doors of the west facade of the cathedral were taken down, and some were sold to the highest bidder. The enthusiasm of revolutionaries removed the Gallery of Kings, which stood over the principal entrances on the west facade of Notre-Dame in Paris, as we see in this photo taken in 1841. Notre-Dame was further damaged in the July Revolution of 1830, when the sacristy and archbishop's house were ransacked, as we see in this drawing by Eugène Emmanuel Viollet-le-Duc, who may actually have participated in the event. The Sainte-Chapelle, which was used as a storehouse for grain and then a judicial archive after the Revolution, suffered from half a century of neglect. In Chartres, which was renamed a Temple of Reason, the famous statue of the Black Virgin was destroyed. Some of the statuary on the north and south portals were damaged, and the lead in the roof, along with the centerpiece of the famous labyrinth, were melted down to make cannons or ammunition. At Noyon, another cathedral closely associated with monarchy, revolutionaries struck out its statuary on the west facade. The bare tympanum and archivolts still show the traces of hammer marks. Revolutionary fervor was not the only enemy of cathedrals. Lack of maintenance of the roofs after 1789 led to water damage, and the delicate timberwork of spires, if not maintained, tended to rot. When the spire of Notre-Dame began to deteriorate in the mid-1800s, it was taken down, as we see in this photo, shot in 1857, of Notre-Dame without its tall spire above the transept crossing. Natural disasters have further harmed cathedrals, as was the case of the northwestern tower of Saint-Denis, which was so weakened by a tornado in 1846 that it had to be disassembled, stone by stone. Just this past summer, in 2016, the mayor of the town of Saint-Denis announced the project to rebuild the North Tower using the very stones that were taken down and kept in orderly fashion 170 years ago. Fires were a constant source of damage to cathedrals in the Middle Ages, and the destruction has continued into the present era. Chartres was rebuilt due to fires in 1137 and 1194, and part of the wooden forest below the roof at Chartres had to be replaced as a result of a fire in 1836. In the current era, dramatic damage to cathedrals has been inflicted by modern means of warfare. Most Gothic cathedrals are in the north of France, and Gothic style has traditionally been associated with Germany, which means that they have been near military theaters in the two world wars of the past century. On September 19, 1914, the first of 24 German shells hit the Cathedral of Reims, which destroyed the upper vaults and ignited the roof structure. Noyon, too, was the victim of bombing in World War I, and both Reims and Noyon took some 2 decades to rebuild. Nor was the destruction confined to one side only. Cologne Cathedral was damaged in the Allied bombings of the city in 1944, though it fared rather better than either Reims or Noyon. The great period of cathedral restoration was the middle of the 19th century, and the greatest of all the restorers was a man by the name of Eugène Emmanuel Viollet-le-Duc, who was born in 1814 and died in 1879. Without ever formally having studied architecture, but being extremely well connected via family relations to Prosper Mérimée, the author of the novella Carmen and the person in charge of maintaining public monuments in France after the Revolution of 1830, Viollet-le-Duc received at the age of 22 the commission to restore the Abbey of Sainte-Marie-Madeleine in Vézelay. Here we see Viollet-le-Duc's drawing of the abbey in its state of ruin in 1836, and in its restored state, as one can still visit it today. From his success at Vézelay, Viollet-le-Duc went on to rescue the Abbey of Saint-Denis from the failed attempt to repair it after the tornado of 1846. He restored the Basilica of Saint-Sernin in Toulouse, the island fortress of Saint-Michel, which in the 19th century was used as a prison. He restored the walled city of Carcassonne, which is still the very archetype of the medieval walled city. Interestingly, Carcassonne had an influence upon the side of the old campus buildings of Yale that faced the New Haven Green. Viollet-le-Duc was responsible for the rebuilding of the late medieval castle of Pierrefonds, the fantasy of his friend, the Empress Eugénie, and her husband, Louis Napoleon III. But most of all, the great restorer was known for the work he did with Jean-Baptiste Lassus in restoring the Sainte-Chapelle in Paris, and between 1843 and 1863, the massive restoration of Notre-Dame de Paris, which we here see in a photograph taken in 1847, with the scaffolding still visible on the south tower and the choir. Note, too, that the sacristy, which was destroyed in the July Revolution of 1830, had still not been rebuilt. Viollet-le-Duc wrote an enormous dictionary of architectural terms, the most famous definition of which is the word restoration itself. Both the word and the thing are modern, Viollet states. To restore an edifice means neither to maintain it, nor to repair it, nor to rebuild it. It means to reestablish it in a finished state which may, in fact, never have actually existed at any given time. The 19th century restorer is often criticized for what some consider to be more in the line of renovation than restoration. But he did rebuild the flying buttresses to reflect their original design. And, at the same time, he returned some of the windows in the clerestory to their original design, as we see in this photograph of the transept crossing. Originally, the windows of Notre Dame consisted of smaller lancets, below which stood a spoked ocular opening. The long lancet windows, which here we see lining the rest of the nave, were medieval renovations designed to let in more light. We are able to trace the changes made to Notre Dame thanks to drawings that predate Viollet's restoration. These include even the contents, such as this image of the choir screen that separated the clergy from the mass of worshippers before the Revolution. We know about the prehistory of Notre Dame through eyewitness accounts to the extent to which they are reliable. We know about changes through some early photographs. We know about changes through marks in stone and holes made for scaffolding, which are deciphered by architectural historians as an archaeologist would interpret the material artifacts of a culture. And we know about what Notre Dame looked like before its massive 19th century restoration because of a great plaster model which Viollet-le-Duc made before starting work on the actual building, and which is now in Paris's Trocadero Museum of Historical Monuments, called the City of Architecture. Viollet-le-Duc rebuilt the flying buttresses of Notre Dame. He restored the statuary on the south portal and on the façade, as we see in this comparison of the damaged, toothless Notre Dame and the cathedral in its present state. Using drawings made before the Revolution, Viollet-le-Duc was able to recreate much of the sculptural design of the original. Here we see, for example, all that is left of the scene of the rising of the dead in Notre Dame's central tympanum of the west façade. And here we see the scene of bas-relief in its current restored state. Viollet-le-Duc repaired the roof and the gutter system of Notre Dame, such that water would drain properly down the top of the upper flying buttress and from there to the ground. He rebuilt and reinstalled the spire, as we see in this 1860 drawing for the new one. He repaired stained glass and removed the neoclassical touches on the interior, that is, the marble panels which covered the original Gothic piers and pillars. Medieval cathedrals were painted on the inside, and Viollet developed a series of polychrome patterns that were part of his restoration. Viollet-le-Duc is sometimes criticized for taking certain liberties in his restorations, most particularly in some of the gargoyles that now sit atop Notre Dame, and which tell us more about the concerns of the 19th century than about the medieval past. The modern gargoyles are a virtual bestiary in keeping with the medieval fascination with the nature of the animal kingdom. Here we see on the right a pelican, and in the middle an angry large cat, and on the left a chimera with the body of a land animal and the wings of a bird. And here on the left, an elephant next to a hungry cat, to judge by the prominence of its ribs. Some of the gargoyles that Viollet-le-Duc put in place may have even been inspired by Victor Hugo's Hunchback of Notre Dame, as in this figure known as the pensive demon or the stridge, referring to an ancient bird of ill omen. Scholars have noted that the hooked nose and horns may refer to the physiognomy associated with Jews, and thus to participate in 19th century anti-Semitism. Another such figure is that of Ahasuerus, adapted from the name Ahasuerus from the Book of Esther, and here shown on the balcony of Notre Dame, wearing the hat ascribed in medieval manuscript illumination to the figure of the wandering Jew. It may be said that Viollet-le-Duc took many liberties in restoring Notre Dame de Paris, and he was not shy about leaving his own mark upon the Cathedral of Cathedrals in the heart of Paris. Here we see from the rear a larger-than-life, full-length statue of the restorer on the roof of Notre Dame among figures from the Old Testament, and even one of the evangelists, John, whose emblematic figure is the winged eagle. From the front, we recognize Viollet-le-Duc's face, and in his hand he holds the medieval master mason's measuring rod, on which are written the words, abbreviated as if in a medieval manuscript, Eugène Emmanuel Viollet-le-Duc, architect, built. The large figures on the roof of Notre Dame are not, of course, visible in detail to the naked eye, but no one alerted to the visual presence of the restorer could miss his depiction as Adam on the trumeau of the north portal of the west façade. In this rendering of Eve handing the apple to Adam, as the serpent looks on in the shape of an alluring woman, Viollet-le-Duc plays the role of the first man. Viollet-le-Duc was not the first restorer of the 19th century to show such a lack of modesty. Jean-Baptiste Lassus erected a statue of himself holding the medieval architect's square among the biblical figures on the roof of Sainte-Chapelle, and he left his name as architect of the Sainte-Chapelle on a sign affixed with thumbtacks to a post in the roof timbers of King Louis's Palatine Chapel. And while we may be surprised at such a bold presence of the architect in the medieval building which he did not build but merely restored, we should remember that without their intervention, the Gothic monuments of the 12th and 13th centuries might not have survived to the present day. There would, in other words, be no access to the age of cathedrals if it were not for those who participated, like Lassus and Viollet-le-Duc, in the revival of the Middle Ages that occurred in the middle of the 19th century. The cathedrals that were first erected some 8 centuries ago have changed function over the years, from great religious shrines and testaments in stone to the profound dedication of the faithful, to great tourist destinations that attract hundreds of thousands and even millions of visitors. From all over the world each year. At the same time, we have seen that Gothic cathedrals are living organisms, which, like any house or public building, require regular maintenance and at times major reconstruction. They are the survivors of a medieval world that is still recognizably our own.